Hello. Hi, hi. Hi, Pinky. Hi, Rogue. Good to see you. Good to see you too as well. Oh boy. I'm let's just say I'm not well by all means, but I think I just want to be here. I think today I just want to be here. If not, I think my brain's just gonna torture me all day. So that's why I kind of delayed a little bit, because I was at the verge of like thinking like, I don't know if I want to do it, or I don't know if I can do it. But I'm here nonetheless, right? Because I feel safe. I feel great here, and I think I just kind of want to feel other emotions other than fear, anger, and shock. You know, so I'm a lot better than yesterday. Definitely, yesterday I spent not the whole day, but I spent a lot of time talking to my friends, finding my friends, go out and get some snack time or some shit. Especially during dinner time, I went out, had like 3 friends with me last night. I mean, I didn't tell them what happened exactly, but I just hinted at them that I'm not too okay, and I just kind of want to like, hang out with friends. They can do their, they can talk and everything, and I'm just there, and I think I like that. Yeah. So yeah, I'm a lot better today. Good and safe distraction. I hope so too. I just didn't think that it's gonna have such a huge impact on me. Give me some time. I'll recover from this, definitely. Just it's weird. Yeah, I'm glad too. Actually, I'm pretty happy about it. Like, because I didn't think that in real life there are people that cares about me, but actually they are. So I just overthink too much. Brain is mean sometimes. Safe to say, brain is mean. But yeah, I was actually debating whether to play Tekken 7 today or Street Fighter 6. I was like going back and forth. Okay, Street Fighter. I like Street Fighter, but damn, my PC can already handle it. I like Tekken, but I played Tekken for too long. I want something fresh. You know what I mean? So in the end, I still went for Street Fighter 6. I'm gonna ignore the performance issues. I'm just gonna go online. You're in shock from what happened. It was scary, to say the least. But yeah, I'm just gonna play some Tekken today. A Tekken pula Street Fighter. Oh yeah, I do need to... I'm gonna remove all the 3D redeems again, because I believe I enabled them yesterday. I was about to do art as well today. I was thinking like, I want to do something less intense, but at the same time I kind of want to just Stricken 13. Is it 6 plus 7? But I kind of want to feel something else today. So I was like, yeah, wait, why not play some fighting game? Because I believe if I do art, my brain is still gonna think of all the batshit insane thing. Didn't really sleep well last night as well. Like, can't really sleep. Brain just keeps going through that shit. So I know I'm sorry, I'm venting again this early, but rest assured this will not happen too much. It's just what happened yesterday, and I feel like forced positivity is just not the way to go. Like, I could just be like, hey, yeah, welcome to another stream, another day, another game day, another rad gameplay with Marissa. Oh my god, I can do stuff like that, but I just... It's disingenuous, and I feel like that's... yeah, fake. I don't like that, personally. Or I don't like me, myself, doing that, because I personally feel terrible for doing it. So, yeah, I'm just gonna, like, be upfront. I always been honest about things, and I feel like my friends know that about me as well. Force notes, it kind of feels like demonizing other emotions. Yeah, that too. Gonna respect all the emotions out there. It's there for a reason. Okay, let me see. I think, yeah, I've disabled most of the redeems. You guys can still pet the little kobold. It still works. Well, quote unquote work. Imagine your hand just petting on the kobold. That's it. Okay, we just go to Discord. Oh yeah, what's with Discord? I'm seeing a lot of first letter ... first letter ... names. Did they change something? Like Nanok's name is gone, Breen's name is gone, Clement's name is gone, Essie's name is gone, Narik's name is gone. Did they change some policy or some shit? Because that's weird. I mean, at least my name is my name? Now my name is here. Still. Yeah. Hi Brecky. How you doing? I'm gonna try to relax with, well, relax with a parenthesis question mark in there. Look, it's Street Fighter, it's supposed to be intense. Okay, I'll revert myself to 2D now. The boob. God, I love that. I need to make a boob emote. This is how relaxed. Not fair enough. So what you're seeing, let me put up the desktop version. Oh yeah, let me show you then. I can just go to my Discord channel and see. So the person's name is gone. Oh, oops. Let me close the 3D. Like, you see, Breen's name is gone. Clement's name is gone. Nanok's name is gone, and my DM, I don't want to show my DM because it's DM. Narik's name is gone. Essie's name is gone, I believe. See, even Cheesecake's name is gone. Coffee's name is gone as well. Is this Mies? I don't know who these are. Oh, I don't recognize some of these. The people that got the new names already have that? And this only happens when you're in stream mode. Oh, that's new. Alright, okay. Got it. It hides new username in streamer mode. Oh, that is actually good. Yeah, you know what? That is actually good. Privacy, number one. Although I didn't care about privacy. I'm sorry to just show my Discord like that. Sorry. Okay, let me close this. I think, yeah, I'm not opening up a lot of things here. So in conclusion, my graphic card cannot handle this game. It's not the CPU, it's not the memory, it's the graphic card. But I like that Xenoker profile picture. I don't know if that's actually Roland's. Because Roland's do like the Xenoker or not? I don't know. But yeah, that Xenoker, very adorbs. Adorbs Xenoker. Oh, is my controller not working? Uh-oh. Controller? Oh, there it is. It's working now. I need to show the public stuff. Oh yeah, it's my Discord channel. I don't know anymore. My brain no worky. Definitely not working well. Like, my brain is like 50% working right now. the other 50% is just still in shambles. But I'm more or less calmed down. Okay, as usual, I'm just gonna go training mode for a little bit to warm up that fingies. And also feel sad about my PC cannot. Marisa. Oh, I do kind of want new color for Marissa though. Maybe I should do more World Tour. What will hold a bunch of colors? Yeah, I saw the pink color for Marissa. My God. All right. This into, I think I can do, right? Damn, that's hard. Wait. Yeah, I should be able to do this after this. Oh my God, mama. It's so hard. Damage though. I gotta try to do one big wall combo here. No? This into Gladius. Oh, into... No? Gladius. This into Gladius into level 3. It's the combo that I'm gonna try to learn, trying to hit today. Yeah? I'll try. Oh boy. There it is. There it is. It's here. Oh mama, I cannot do it.
Konnichiwa with Tilda, how you doing, mate?
Konnichiwa, what Tilda, how you doing? Not that good. I'm just trying to like forget what happened yesterday. You heard, right? There it is. Yeah, I was there. I looked at it, and God, I wanted to clean it up, but I just can't. I just proceed to vomit instead. I really cannot handle stuff like that. I cannot. Light confirms. That's a light confirm. Alright, let's try again. I got the combo, right? Look at that. I believe I can land this. Punch JP! After this and then just like go in. Like, maybe do this. Oh! That's really good. Oh. Oh! That is disgusting. Wait, can I do it 2 in a row? If I can input it clearly. Is this a no mix-up mix-up? It's a no mix-up mix-up. You policeman to prepare himself? Yeah. John's that was a policeman? Oh shit. What did they do after that? Whoa, I think it's just Mega Plus. Or Schmix, I guess. It would even be sadly if it's not Stranger, true. Like, these things in general is just fucked. Alright, I'm ready to go online. I'm not here to beat up something that doesn't move. I want to go online. I'll go for the battle hub. Ready to get my thick. Let's go number 6. Look at that thick. I'm liking the thick. Already weekend mood, feeling lazy today? Yeah, it is Friday. What happened? Aren't you in LIFC? Or is it tomorrow? Wait, the first is supposed to be tomorrow. You know what? I'm sorry. What happened? TLDR a puppy died yesterday in a car parking space. Oh, day 0? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a TLDR version, but yesterday I heard about that, and then it caused me shock, and I was overwhelmed and everything. I just have to shut down the stream afterwards. Just couldn't I didn't even recover today. I'm still like in like, at least I've calmed down a little bit than yesterday. But boy oh boy was yesterday rough.
Welcome, Manny Rose here.
How do I get the tickets? Falls over. She is surprisingly okay as hell. Like, she didn't even feel anything afterwards. she just like you know everything after everything she typed on WeChat yesterday. and then once I saw her, she's just like, oh yeah, she sounds traumatized, but I assure you she's not. It just seems like she doesn't give any ape shit to the situation. Yeah. She sounds traumatized in chat, but she is she's an actor. What can I say? One time in my youth, I walked past a dead dog. Oh god. Hi, malicious magpie. It was that because there were flies on the mouth and nose already. Yeah, that's how you know. If there's flies on the mouth and nose, it's been there for a while already. Shit. That's scary. When I came back, it was gone. So somebody might have picked it up? Probably. Must be traumatizing. God, I cannot handle stuff like that. I'm just gonna go ranked. Only ranked. See how it goes. Me has a tendency to seem way calmer than me is in person. I mean, walking past a dead dog is fine, but being the one that ran over the dog and seemed calm afterwards. It's not just calm. She looks weirdly unfazed and happy. I mean, last night she was still joking around everything. It's like, what? I mean, in a way, I guess that's good. But also in a way that seems kind of fucked. I don't know how to say it, but it's good that don't look at the bad things too much. But it's also kind of scary how fast she's coping well. A little too well. A little too well, I would say. A little too well. But hey. You know, this is like the same case as... The same case as the... Like, where she got scammed for multiple thousands. Like 30,000, 40,000 or something. And she was crying the other day. Like, she was like crying and stuff. And then she was really okay the next day, started to joke about everything already. It's like, cool. Plus. I didn't block. Grab? That's not it. Double? I really don't know what to do against someone who just jumps like that. You know what? I have an idea. I have an idea. You keep jumping. Stop. DP? I can respect that. You want to jump? Stop jumping. That was fast. I am really terrible with Marissa, it feels like. I'll recover from things pretty quickly once I know it's not solved yet. It's not solved. You know what's the funny thing is? It's not solved. That's still about 13,000 off the drain. I don't think that's solved. Like, by all means. Plus. Oh shit, I did it too early. Stop. Good crack. What's it not blocking? Good call. Mentally possessed with Finn. She knew she won't be able to get it back and let it go. I guess that's good then. You know, maybe I'm just thinking about this too much. Crap. Cool. Wow. Why do you just keep grabbing now? Really? You're not gonna grab again? I messed up the combo! I could have killed, I could have killed. Like, I seriously could have killed there. Maybe my brain just not working. You know what? Let's take it slow. I just want to feel something else today. It's fine. Me focus on lunch. Okay. Go eat lunch. But also moves speed of 1. Moves like a brick. It's also a brick. Yeah, also Marissa breaks down on rushdown. If people really goes into Marissa's face and just press buttons, Marissa will break. Marissa breaks down. I have no good button to challenge anything if they just rushes if they just rushes Marissa down. Right? Not like that. That was bad. That's a punish. I'm really bad. What? Good grab. Bad. Oh, they know how to punish. Okay, fine. One thing to know about Ken, he can loop you if you're hit crouching. Give it an extra frame to connect a light button after special. I am really terrible today. Alright. Good grab. I'm doing it. Oh, good grab. I'm doing it again. Oh, alright. Shit. I didn't do it this time. Fuck. They like to grab so much. Nice. Dude, I'm getting killed by only grabs. Oh. Good, I jumped. What? Oh my god, I cannot react to that. Nice. Still waiting for it. Oh my god, I tried. Good. I'm dead. I got thirsty. Also, I crack under pressure so much today. Crap. Can please like Kai? How does Kai play? Isn't Kai like? I feel like in Guilty Gear Strive, everyone is just a rush down. Even the zoners are rushing. Kai is the grappler? Isn't grappler Potemkin? Oh. Technically yes, but Kai also throws a ton. You know what? I think I can kind of see it. Most good Kai I fought against, they will oki the shit out of you with throws. Like, they oki with heavy fireball, heavy slash fireball, and then just like either grab or attack. You know what? Yeah, I can kind of see it. Oh my god, this feels like the same Cammy again. Can I fight against someone who's not a rushdown? Yeah, the same Cammy. Cool. It's a punish. Grab. Damn, Kami's kick is insane. Grab. Oh, shit. They're not blocked. I grabbed. I just feel like I have way too many misinputs there. It's fine, it's fine. I gotta do it, man. Come here. Oh, damage! What? Oh, it doesn't block low. That was not what it did. That's plus. Oh, I thought that combos. I thought they comboed. You know what? That actually went well. I'll take it. Come here. I tried. Come here. Stop.
Round 2. Fight.
Good crack. What? I grabbed. Oh my god, I'm dead. Oh, now it's not good time, PC. Oh my god, your NTS sucks, dude. Doesn't work that way. I forgot. I'm dead. Not like that. Bruh. I know what she's gonna do, but I still missed him put the jump back. And no, at least I'm feeling something else today. That's good. I am feeling the salt. At this point, I feel like salt is better than what I had before. I'll take it any day. Malaysia has so much fast rush down players nearby. I guess. I mean, I won. Although, I don't think Marissa is the rushdown. Marissa is more of the bully. So it's just Ken and Cammy day today, isn't it? God. Ooh, the neutral jump? Why? Save on worth? This like... this guy likes pairing. I couldn't have messed up like that. I gotta grab again. Good meaty. Interesting, anti-jump. I never see anyone do that. I don't think it's that worth. Oh, nice. Grab. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. I'm insane. I'm insane. No brain, no brain. Oh my god, I'm getting killed by only grabs and I hate it. Corner's yours. The jumps, dude. What? My defensive rotation disarmor. The spinning in air. The drive reversal, I think that's what it's called. Oh, they're using modern controls, I just realized. How do they do jab, jab, jab in modern control? That's insane. This one. Oh. I'll do it again, bitch. Oh, that was beautiful though. That was actually beautiful though, holy shit. They panicked towards the end. They panicked. The big boy punish. Marisa dangerous, yeah. If I'm aware of your wake up DP and punish it well, that is like at least 50% damage. That is if I do it well. If I do a hard punish of, oh my god, the charge back heavy punch, then yeah, you're dead. It is truly Cammy, and can they? You wanna jump? You wanna jump? Jumping. I fly. Plus. Mad plus. Oh, I have to charge it. Grab. Oh my god, grab. Where's my punish? Grab. You're gonna grab again? You do a move? Alright. Marisa win! Alright, I think my brain is waking up a little bit at least. Oh wow, that's a big punish. Grab. Grab. Then the grab. Jump. Oh my god, it's so fast. Grab. Ooh, good call. Grab. Dare not block. I swear to god, sometimes down back is just weird to me. Especially on the right side. Grab. Marisa, your anti-air actually sucks. I hate it. Where's my grab? That's plus, alright. Lock on. That is cool as fuck. I'm not gonna complain when I get hit by that. Yeah, see? I'm holding down back, but sometimes she's not blocking for some reason. Block not working seems to be a common complaint of this game. Oh, really? I'm surprised, to be honest. I think it's just my down right input is just getting eat up most of the time. Like here I'm trying to do armor, doesn't really work. I hate it. Grab. I'll do it. I'm dead. I'll do it again. I deserve this. Wow, what the fuck? Did you know that I'm gonna armor that? Ow. Jesus fuck, dude. Grab. I didn't know grab is... Actually, normal grab is so strong in this game, I just didn't realize how strong they are. The sort of character you want to condition into looking for trolls? I just don't know how to condition other people. Not when their medium kick is faster than everything that I have. It's kind of sad, to be honest. But you know what? I think I'm missing one move. I should use more like phalanx. You know, the jumping... The jumping punch that goes forward, that move. I should use more of that. I think that move is probably gonna help a lot. Yeah. Because that move... Until I see a reel with its perfect loops. I can time them down to the frame perfectly. That is probably random stuff, I guess. I shouldn't be worried about that for now. Yeah, that does sound like platinum stuff. I can't, it's just Cammy and Ken. Can I play someone else? Wow, shit. Are you... Oh my god, you just grab it. I hate it here. That plus? Victory! You wanna jump? Oh my god. No, it's not really a good time. I grabbed, dude. Even the sea sponge can see that coming. I still get grabbed. That pissed me off. There's no fucking way. I'm dead. Some sort of huge original 8 warrior rushdown community over there? What is this? I don't know. And then they're not even rushing down there. I just getting grabbed to death. I don't know what to do against that. Whoa! I thought it was airborne. This guy grabbed his way to bronze 4, by the way. And it's working against me, I'm scared. Five to 7 minus, unless she's the HK version. The Dragon Lash kick, I assume, is the front flip kick. Oh, good call. Got combos. Don't hit. I can respect that. I can respect that. Beautiful fight. Oh shit. They tried. I don't think this is gonna kill. They're gonna grab. They're gonna grab. Oh, they actually are waiting for it? I'm dead. Yeah, that's good. You know what? That's actually good. Maybe Bronze is a lot more forgiving now on launch day. We got stuck at bottom from Bronze. People were very menacing. Maybe I misjudged them, to be honest. At least they know like the basic Street Fighter system, you know. DI against DI, something like that. Shoryu Yapa. Grab. Grab. I almost rated that. I almost rated that again. I almost rated that again. What the fuck, dude? Grab. I'm throwing this game, fuck's sake. Grab. Dude, where's my DI? I thought I had to charge it! Oh my god. I thought I had to charge it. I should. Oh, I didn't left that shit. Fuck. Could've killed. Maybe I cannot charge for too long. I cannot just release it immediately as well. Okay. That recovers a lot faster than I thought. Oh shit! Suicide? Neutral jumping doesn't work. Shuriken? Oh shit. Damn. Dead? Yeah, I think that's death. Oh! Oh, I jumped.
Round 2. Fight.
Dude! Oh shit, I thought that was a cross-up. I should have grabbed after that. Again. Go to the again. Jump. Oh shit. No, that was good. As much as I want to blame my PC performance, I can't. It's just me being bad. Quite a wild can, yeah. So far, I think it's just a lot of things that I cannot react to, and also when game runs like a dog shit, it's just kind of hard. I wonder if I can just buy a slightly stronger graphic card and replace it for now, because this is obviously graphic card cannot support. Because the CPU and everything is fine. I mean, take a look at this. It says 100% no, but does it? Wait, it does. Wait, it's CPU problem actually? You know, maybe CPU does use a lot, yeah. Only at the main menu. I cannot. I actually hate this game now. Wait, where was I? Oh, I think the main menu just doesn't use as much. And then in-game, it uses a shitload. Yeah, that's probably why. That did not occur to me. Because there's a lot more things that needs to load in-game other than the main menu. Yeah, that must be why. god, as much as I want to invest in like a new PC or some shit.
Here comes a new challenger.
Look. How much CPU costs? No idea, to be honest. Look. Sandblast. Whoa. Damn. That was armor. That was armor. 2 light kicks attempts are armor.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh shit. No, I don't think that's it. PC, now is not the time, really. Oh man, my brain cannot process what's going on. Not when things are running like this. What the fuck? Fair. Fair. Sure expected that. And then grab him. Corner's yours. Luke is kind of rare, doesn't it? So is that the characters. To be fair, I only seen Ken and Cammy today. Okay. Oh, pain.
That was a beautiful fight.
Round 2. Fight.
Sandblast? Sandblast? What are you doing? That's next level footsie right there. Marissa, your anti-air sucks ass! Marissa, please! I hate life. Sandblast. I love this game. Grab. They do that and then Sandblast and then jump back. Oh, okay. No Sandblast? Okay. I can respect that. Yeet. My good sir, can you stop jumping? Too far? Oh, I'll take it. Yeah. Get low punched.
Marisa wins.
Sorry man, Marissa is no fireball. You cannot do fireball war against me. Has some very tight perfect timing with his specials. Imagine it could turn some players away when choosing from. Oh, that sounds fun though. Although, okay, you know what? Let's quit ranked matches for a little bit. I actually kind of want to try out Luke. To be completely honest, I want to try out Luke because of the taunt, and I want to taunt a Ryu or Ken in this game. Hadouken! I just want Luke to do Hadouken against someone. That's my sole reason that I want to play Luke. Hadouken! Should I try to lab? You know what, let's lab Luke for a little bit. It's a 3-frame window while charging the move. Shit, that sounds tough. Yeah, let's lab Luke for a little bit.
Hadouken.
Hadouken!
Fighting ground. Practice. Training. The macho man. Survivalist. Heroic as a tigress. Alright, let's get it.
I like this color more. Let's have a Ryu here. The smile. Can you not buffer inputs? Are you not gonna do Hadouken? I guess it only happens on real match, huh? Oh my god, why is this so hard? What? I'm trying to taunt, why is it so hard? Yeah, this is a real. Where's the Hadouken? Oh. Oh. Hit the hole some directions for the. Oh my god! How the? I found it. I found it. It's so hard to taunt. Are you kidding? Hadouken! I found it. This is the best game ever. Okay, taunt. Which button do I want? Archery. Let's make it archery. There. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry, it's not available here? Every button has been mapped. Oh, it's not available here. This is the best. Hadouken! Dude, I'm just trying to taunt. I'm just trying to taunt. I'm just trying to taunt. gonna cry. How about down? Okay, so I guess only back and forth. Hadouken! Now, and now I need to know, is this character specific? Is this character specific? I need to know. You know, let's try it on other one.
I live for battle.
Just remember something. Oh, okay, it's not character specific. Hadouken. Okay, so it's not character specific. It just looks ton. Looks back ton. I love it still. For this ton, I want to play Luke. I just want to round start Hadouken.
Come to fight, then fight.
One Hadouken takes. It's so hard to do. Hadouken. Can't find potato mod. Is there a potato mod? Oh god, I need it. Okay, let's see. Sandblast after overdrive. After OD. 47. 47. 47. They're all 47. What's the point? Just do this. It's like the furthest away. And sand. A powerful throw activated with the first hit of OD Flash Knuckle will guarantee some extra damage. Flash Knuckle. So backwards. Light version goes up. Huh. Whoa, damn. This move is where the perfect charge timing exists. Oh no. Oh, doom! When the bass drops. Yeah, this is when the bass drops. It's so tight though. Damn! Then do you see this performance drop? It's so sad. Oh! What's the... Oh my god. This is hard as fuck. Oh my god. Exactly 15 frames, 15 frames I guess? No, so it's not exactly 15. So 15 to 17 I assume? Even 18? Okay, maybe not then. I guess it does have to look at when I first start holding the move or the buffer. Damn, to do this in a real match is insane. But what's the good that comes out of perfect? Is it like more combo potential or just more damage in general? Oh, they seem to... Oh. Combo and stuff? Oh god. Yeah, it makes the opponent... This one does a spin. This one doesn't spin. Okay, so there is the difference between... this is kind of scary. $18 to $20 frames for perfect version. That was 15. But then again, yeah. I don't trust my PC anymore. Reading from guide? That's fair, that's fair. I don't know what the delay combo is. No? 4 frames, 7 frames. Oh god. Standing jab is so slow, Luke. Okay. Aerial fleshy knuckle. Charge and forward leaning stance. Other muscle is gonna. Oh shit. Is this able? Oh, kick. Kick is overhead. This one I assume is just safe on block or just ender? Nope, too slow. Chaser impact, yeah, so there's only 2. Active for a while, making it so to closing on the opponent. Okay. But I feel like it's minus on block or like punishable. Rising uppercut. OD slam dunk. Ooh. Okay, both way punch, forward kick. Okay. Overhead. Unleash from stepping backward can be cancelled to special moves. Powerful anti-air. Oh! Your anti-air is this? Not this? Interesting. Cancelable? Okay, not cancelable. This one? That's not even combo able. Okay, look is hard, man. Double impact. Seriously, perform. And that can be cancelled. Oh! Full HH, okay. Okay. Okay, triple impact, nose breaker. The first of which can be blocked while standing. Snap back. The first and second can be cancelled with super art. Not special cancelable? Shit, okay. How do you even... I mean, this is a launcher, but there's no normal stick can combo into this. Unless I do the OD version and then do this, I guess. The perfect is so hard to get as well. Oh my god. There it is. Hi, Croissant. I'm trying to get used to the perfect timing. Oh my god. No way it's lagging like that. You almost did a juggle. Okay, so maybe this works for mid-screen? This move? Oh. Too far. Shit. Maybe something else? No? Oh my god. Nope. Does Shinji and .ini have a risk of getting banned with the Nuvo around? No idea, I never tried that. Well, Luke is too hard. I mean, I love the Hadouken, but still. What is the bread and butter for? Oh. Nano! Oh my god!
Go draw shook.
Go draw shook. Thank you, Nanook. Appreciate the subble. How you doing? Could we start with target combo? So, unique attacks, huh? This one? Double impact? I guess I can do... DP. Not as much damage as I had in mind, but maybe because I'm playing Luke. You know, I have to understand, not everyone is built like Marissa. A big heavy hit can deal like 50% damage, yeah. MP to 2 MP. Luke's 5 MP is too slow and weird. How do you plink again? I never plinked. How can I even plink with PS4 controller? Sorry? I can only find the timing for the delay combo with pad. I cannot blink. If I blink, my button will just fly away. Doing good, start working and anticipating getting overwhelmed by work today. Oh no. Is it a huge, huge work day? Good luck with work still. I mean, at least there's something. The easy one? This one is too slow. Yeah, it doesn't even work. So this one, I think it's the big punish. Maybe. How about this? Oh. Eight, 6, yeah, punch is faster. Need to move one of our servers between servers and it should be straightforward, but it might not be. That does sound straightforward, but what do I know? Okay, what other unique attacks do you have? Nosebreaker? What's the point? It's not cancelable. Doesn't seem like Luke has strong delay combos. Damn. Even this doesn't work. Oh, that works! Oh, oops. I don't know about Luke. I don't know about Luke anymore. Even trying to get Hadouken is so hard. Look at this. There it is. Hadouken. I'm gonna cry. Yeah, this is for this exact reason, I believe. After Splat. What? This one is can't unkill. Whoa! How about this one? Okay, this one is cancelable, so maybe. Okay, there it is. So done, done. Oh, look at that. Tree bar, so not worth. Look, saw the perfect time and went nope. Maybe in the far future I'll try, but now I'll do it for the Hadouken. Ah, let's do War Tour. As much as I want to play online, God, the performance is really killing me. Also, big good luck with work again, Nano. Sounds tough, since I have no idea what those are. Here comes my thick. I feel like I'm really procrastinating on art. It's so hard to pronounce. Procrastinate. Why is the word so hard to pronounce? My God. Procrastination. Is that a word? I don't know. Dog? Kitty? No, it is dog.
Rising uppercut. Nice move.
Engage! No art, only punch. I'll promise to do art on Monday. I definitely will. Thanks.
Spinning bird.
Thanks? Thanks? Medgear noob. Wake up! Wake up! NPC no spacing? Humba? Nice. Pancratation? Isn't it Pancration? I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
Spinning bird kick.
Whee. Whoa. Can I get this drones item? Oh! Oh my god, I'm so good! Oh hey, I think I know you. Just wanted to know you got me in your corner. I really get it, you know, the whole wanting to be strong thing. So if it's cool with you, I've got a like task that will make you stronger and stuff. I think they could help you out anyway, probably. So try them out. Just let me know when you're ready. Your task land a 4-hit combo? Your combo counter will tick up when you land a string of hits on your opponents one after the next. Some moves will count as a combo on their own, so try working those if you want to land big combos. Easy task? It's not easy when I don't have Marissa's close circle back move. When you hit your opponent with 2 or more moves without them being able to block, that's a combo. One spinning bird kick, true. Do I have that? Try hitting your opponent with a normal move, followed with a special move. Cool. When you get started? No. Give me a second. I only have Gladius. Aren't you kicks? Aren't you call circle forward kick? And then Gladius is call circle forward punch. Alright, spinning bird kick it is.
Well,
Yeah. Okay, done.
that was really something.
Perfect, you completed the task with flying colors. Oh, the last entry of in the RE series of universally acclaimed horror games. Someone might like this. When it says on the tin, the can is bulging, courtesy of the gas formed during fermentation. Ew, I'll have another task for you next time. If you see me in the city, come and say hi. Thanks, Ryan. I'll be sure to give this all to Marissa.
Rising uppercut!
Come on, it's mine.
Rising uppercut!
Ooh,
That was good.
thanks. I thought someone wanted to talk here just now. You. Inhale, exhale. Tai Chi is most practiced in the health benefits, I guess. For mere calisthenics. In essence, it's a true martial art. Okay, martial art it is. To martial art it is. Really get punched. Damage! Damage!
Rising uppercut!
Okay, I should follow that one. Wait until nightfall in the hangout, then meet with the Mad Gear gang. Oh, I have to wait until nighttime. Thanks. Oh. Whoa, fuck. Get legged. Oh.
Go try someone else.
Cool.
Hey,
So you need a special lesson or two to make sure you're tough enough to take them down. Simple stuff, mission, come into fight. Let me know. Alright. What do you want?
hey.
This time your task is watch your opponent to throw your opponent. When your opponent is exceptionally good at defending, normal attacks won't do a speck of damage, right? If a strike won't work, what can you do? The answer is throw. You probably guessed, but this means nothing but throws are gonna take me down today.
Hey.
When using only throws? Okay. Get punch. Ugh. 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 Poor face. The face is gone. Sweet. My face is gone. Let's call it there for now. The next time we meet, I'll have another mission cooked up for you. Until then. They're nice. They keep giving me stuff. Oh, I'm here. Okay. Hey. What shirt am I wearing? Oh, I'm wearing nothing. Oh, because I'm wearing fundoshi. Dress shoes. Damn, look at the size of this thing. Even the thick is clipping out a little bit. Look at the right leg. It's clipping out. I'm too thick. Gonna test the new settings. Oh, okay. I want the boot. I want the boot. You know, I want the boot. Yes, I want the boot. Damn, look at it. Oh my god, drip! I'm like Bob. I'm like Bob.
Thanks for stopping by.
Alright, drip. Holy shit. Look at the size of that thing. It's made for me. Oh my god. This is good drip. Strength and weight. Oh my god, it's Bob. Speaking of the devil, it's Bob.
Hiya.
Hey, the name's Bob. You're the resident bus liker? You can travel from stop to stop for free, ain't that convenient? I was scheduled to install a bus stop in Chinatown, but there's a situation. Some Canary crate dude taken up shop and refused to move. It's holding up the work schedule, but nobody can tell the guy to scram. Why don't I do it? Dude, no way, I'm a wuss. No, don't say that, I'm a wuss. I can respect that. I'm a wuss too, don't worry. Let's do the quest then. Side quest, mission. This one. Damn, the boots, so good. Spinning bird kick. Hey man. Getting kicked by that boots is not good, man. Yeah. Oh my god, the way she climbed ladders. Hi. Oh my god, you're level 28.
Hello.
You're kinda scary. Hey there. Me? I'm a hero. I protect the city from the shadows.
Hey.
I sense destiny in our meeting here. Care to talk shop? And by shop I mean justice. Sure. Allow me to begin. There was once a young man. Seeking strength, he traveled here in Metro City. On his first night, he went in search for food and to sate his empty stomach. But along the way, he encountered foul ruffians who stripped him of his every possession.
Right.
If the story ended there, it would be just another take from the mean streets of Metro City. But oh, my friend, and it did not. A martial artist intervened, aiming to strike down the rampaging ruffians. And strike them down he did. And they all lived happily ever after? Perhaps, had the story ended there. But you see, the fighter chose to relieve the gang members of their money. It was their reward for winning, you see. In that very moment, the young man had an epiphany. Martial artists and gang goons are cut from the same cloth. To strike down evil is a righteous act, without question. But that alone is not enough. One's reasons for striking down evil and their sportsmanship afterwards are equally important. When you raise your fist, you must do so for just and meaningful purposes.
Wow.
You're a fighter, Is there meaning guiding your fist? I don't know yet. I see. You find a clear answer to that question in time, I imagine. But you must never forget to fight with a spirit of righteousness.
Sorry for the trouble.
Listen to me blabbling on. Sorry about that. Here, as thanks for listening to my story, no need to be shy now. Take it. Oh! Damn, I want to fight you. Diffusing Luke's style, hit with one super art, defeat under initiating a master action. Defeat with super art. What's my super art? Gladius, I think? It's not Gladius, it's Oh, Kikosho, okay. This is Chun-Li, right? Chun-Li. Whoa! Whoa! Hey, yo, drip? Oh, this is innerwear. Oh my god, drip! I got the drip. Damn, I look good. Let's try fighting this guy. Hey, how you doing? Let's see some items. I mean, I have a lot of these. What the fuck's that damage? Don't worry, I got the winning strat. Don't worry, I got the winning strat. This is easy. Best game ever. This is the winning strat right here. I don't care level 28 or 200. You would die to this. It's the no mix-up mix-up. Look at that. They don't know what to do against it. Thanks, man. What if I jump down from here? What's gonna happen? Is there fall damage in this game? Permanent? Oh, really? Fine. Let's go! What? Damn strong legs. Oh, Chuli is here, right? Hi. Do you believe in spirit guides? Personally, I do. Like, my great-great-grandpa was apparently this really incredible shaman. That is, well, before he started to lose it in his old age. Oh dear. What were we talking about? Right, spirit guiding. So anyway, I received a spirit vision from my great-great-grandpa. He entrusted me with something I must give to the first person who talks to me in this town. That would be you. So here I am, all ready to give it to you. But wouldn't you know it, it seemed I had to have lost. Oh my god. Spirit guidance my ass. I bet that yellow cardboard box fellow I bumped into earlier stole it from me. What was stolen? Something for guiding spirits, that's what. If I don't get it back, the wrong person's gonna get guided. Oh, what should I do? I hate this kind of person. Like, I absolutely hate that kind of person. Gong Jiao? Hi. Your name is Gong Jiao? You want me to move? Yeah, I'm thinking, no, I'm here for the very good reason. If you want me to leave, you have to remove me by force. Okay, Gong Jiao? Gong Jiao, not Gong Jiao? Oh! Oh, come on. And here I thought I was gonna be the first one on the bus.
For real?
Huh? I'm in the way of the bus stop installation? Well, crap. Sorry about that. Okay. I'll hang tight till the bus stop's ready to go. No, they weren't all that bad.
Thank you.
Thanks a bunch for shooing that guy away from me. Wait, what? He was waiting for the bus? All that worrying for nothing. I'll better get that bus stop up quick so we can ride then. Aw, Bobby. People's cool in this game. Yay. Let's do side quests for now. Oh, Trudy wants to talk to me. Hey, Trudy.
Hello.
I know that look. It says, I must become stronger. Luckily you will, once I teach you this new move. Hoyokusen? Oh shit, okay.
Listen.
Preparation before battle is key. Never forget this. I get a level 2 super now? Thanks, Truly. Hi.
What do you want?
Yeah, what do you want? You stole something, give it back.
Huh?
Listen, buddy, you know why we wear these cardboard boxes? So nobody knows who we are when we swipe stuff. The only thing you're getting is a knuckle knuckle sandwich. Engage! Let's go. Knuckle sandwich, huh? You wanna jump for it? I forgot Marissa's. Flying kick, flying kick, flying kick. Damage! Damage! Nice. Oh, walnuts. Easy come, easy go. Yeah, true. Hey, you wanna fight still? Do you still wanna fight? Oh, alright. Alright, got the item back. I'm just here trying to unlock Marissa's color, to be honest. Hi. Goodness gracious, you got it back. So, yeah, what they stole from me was a ticket to Mac. Okay. I'm giving it to you. That way, you can meet my great-great-grandpa. If you're the kind of person that he told me about in the vision, I'm sure you'll find something there. Something that will shock your very spirit, I bet. Anyway, happy travels and adios. Okay, I mean... At least I'm getting money. You know, I'm not gonna complain. I'm getting money. T-R-A. Oh, I think A needs the modern controls, right? Like she's in the park somewhere. The punch. Whoa, level 10? Hey, yo. Game? Oh shit, game wasn't ready. Oh no. Game wasn't ready. Oh, okay, here I am. Shit. Damage.
You've got this.
I love the punch. Nice move. Oh my god, what a counter. Get out. It's kinda cool how the character actually shouts the name. Like, that is. Eek. Yeah. Right, we're almost there. There's a lot of red names even in the morning. Who says not bad? I'll punch the shit out of you. Huh? I punch first, you little shit. Oh shit. That's good. Oh hi. So I'm new here. You working here too? If so, you're missing something. Something essential. I'm talking about a safety helmet. Not that I have one myself. Matter of fact, my boss took it from me. That's workplace harassment, ain't it? I just can't catch a break.
What should I do?
Sure wish someone would get my helmet back from that borderline demonic boss of mine. I think he's in front of the training center. Okay. Angry accountant. Why are you wearing? Why are you wearing things? Oh my god, why are you? It looks like you're just wearing panties. Oh my god. I mean, I get you're angry, but Jesus, not like that. Okay, let's go find Alice. I think Alice needs me to play in modern controls, right? I'll bite.
Howdy.
Yeah, assisted combos.
Careful now. Well, okay.
Give me a second. It's in options, controls.
Howdy. Careful now. Well,
Okay, hold right trigger. That's my assist that's my assist combo. Marissa, why are you so sad? that's my assistant combo. Down short, down short. Oh my god. Right on, there we go. That's just about to it for this one. I'll have another assignment for you the next time we meet. You better be looking forward to it. Thanks, Alice. Alright. Okay, safety first. Potato settings doesn't have the temperature much, so we assume same for performance. Oh, that's sad. I mean, I do already have like everything set to potato. Like as potato as it gets. Wow, look at you guys.
Rising uppercut.
Imagine if I can punch them there.
Killed it.
Hi.
Yeah.
What's this now? Give the safety helmet back. Give it back. No clue what you're talking about. But if you want it, just try and take it. Shit, you want it? Alright.
I'll get you. I'll get you. I'll get you.
Pressure.
Nice move.
So that's the deal.
I get it now. The new guy put you up to this, huh? If he wants a helmet, that's all fine and dandy. But workplace harassment? You gotta be kidding me. You should have seen the way he treated his own helmet. I took it from him to teach him a lesson or two. And now he's pushing his own sorry promise onto others? Let him know he's in for a talking to a lifetime. Activates once per round. Incoming damage cut XL? That sounds kinda good. I'm enjoying the quest. Like, it's like I'm playing Skyrim. Yes, you are. Where am I?
Oh,
Well, you got it back? Sweet. Wait, what? I've been busted? And I'm in for a talking to? Man, don't that trigger. Throw me a dang bone already.
man.
That's life for you, I guess. I know what I did. If he chews me out, I'm ready for it. Okay, at least you own up to it. Alright. Okay, what else do we have? What do you want me to do? Reach rank 11 or greater in Chun-Li style. Oh. I should talk to... Especially I want to talk to Marissa. Let's do the main quest for now. Once I get more levels of Marissa, then I'll talk to her. Kick the Roomba! Kick the Roomba! I'm just destroying everything. Oh look! It's Officer Tyrone! It's Officer Tyrone! Bitch, why are you so fucking evasive?
Nice.
Nice! Thanks. I just beat up cop. What the? Oh my god, this game's possessed. That's kind of scary. My god.
Found you.
Rising uppercut. Spinning bird kick.
Don't be stupid.
Spinning bird kick.
Yes, spam blocking. Nice. Hey, man. Got distracted making a real combo while testing. All good, all good. Hey, Street Fighter is good.
Giving up already.
Where am I facing?
Not good.
Did you got real 70% combo? 70% damage combo? Does Ryu even have that?
Spinning bird kick.
509k? That sounds a lot. And it's piss easy. Piss easy too. Damn, that's what I like. Oh hi. Well, look who it is. I assume you're showing your sorry face around here means you got that bag back. Very nice. I can admit, I'm almost impressed. Right, so you can get lost now.
Quit playing.
Heh, as if you get off that easy, chump. What the fuck, man? I just gave you the bag. I'm just gonna punch you, don't worry about it. I'm just gonna punch you. Block this. Block this. Help. Bye. No. Ooh. You like to see it? No. Oh, drop in, drop out. Hi. It's been a while. Oh my god. How you doing? Get punched, idiot.
Damn it. What the hell?
What the hell?
Seriously. When we said we wanted the bag, we meant what was inside it. Are you actually this stupid?
Hi? Doing good? Nice. Treasure damned.
We got ourselves a freaking comedian here.
You wanna fight?
Smart ass. We need to talk. Get up here.
No, I want to punch you. I want to punch. Also, I'm doing okay now. At least a lot better than yesterday. I guess I should explain a little bit. Yesterday I had a big shock. Yeah, and then right now I'm just trying to trying to distract myself from being being like feeling bad again. So yeah, get you better. Yeah, I'm feeling a lot better now, definitely. Sorry about that. Hi. So what do you want? Bosch was the guy who screwed over our deal, yeah? You're not an accomplice of his, are you? If you were, I bet you'd be hiding away together, huh? I mean, we kinda are, I guess. No need to be so stiff. I'm just planning to buy you out, that's all. I ain't pulling your leg either. You fought my goons and came out on top.
Know what I mean?
And me? I like winners. Same with Bosch. I hate the game he's playing, but I can admit, the guy's a player. I want guys like that on my side, plain and simple. Anyway, now that we've gotten to know each other, how about you do a little favor for me? What? Really?
Listen up.
Oh, it's nothing serious. Just need you to look into something for me during the day.
No joke. I swear.
Don't give me that look. Just help me out a little bit. Nothing bad will happen to you, I promise.
Help me out.
What do you need to look into? Just talk to some of my goons nearby and they'll fill you in. Sound good? We'll talk, alright. There, I've talked. Currently under maintenance? What? What do you mean currently under maintenance? Oh, I can still play good thing I'm playing offline then.
What?
Treasure wants your help with something? Ah, I think I know what's up. Have you heard that that's going to be a martial art tournament held here in town? There's been lots of threats getting called in, demanding the whole thing to be put on ice. I bet he wants you to go talk to the fuss about it. Ain't no chance in hell any cop would be willing to hear people like us out, that's for damn sure. Alright, so this is what you want? Damn good block. Not so close, buddy. Not. Oh my god, what are you doing? Good gods, man, have some space. Jesus. Hey, so I hear you're gonna go talk to the Bobo for us at Trash's request. They're usually pretty round up at night, so you best pay them a visit during the day. Alright, not so close, jeez. The server's been down a bunch lately. I guess, I mean, the game has been doing really well. Like, maybe a little too well. Which is great, to be honest. No, I'm not even gonna complain. The game's doing well, I'm glad. Well deserved too, to be honest. Like, everything about the game is amazing. Except for E Honda's head charge. Why are you zoning? Why are you spacing? Why are you spacing? God. Damn good dodge. That's a lot of them. Get punched. Get punched, easy. Rising uppercut. Hey man. Didn't I just fight off a bunch of here? Once you block the flying E Honda, it's pretty safe to press advantage. Also, the EX version is unsafe, I heard? The EX is unsafe and then the non-EX version is actually safe, but it's negative for them, I think. Although maybe I think we can try DI the head charge. Everything is safe for you if you learn to perfect parry everything. Gosh, I would love that, to be honest. I want to perfect parry a lot of things, but because my PC is like seriously cannot handle this game, so playing online is a pain. The thing is, it only happens online, not on World Tour, which I heard a lot of people's problems like playing World Tour. Right? Strange. Like a lot of people having problems playing World Tour. But then me, on the other hand, I have big problems playing online, or just normal one-on-one matches.
Howdy.
Hey there, welcome to the Metro City nightlife. Plenty of rough and rowdy type rollings around at this hour. All the better for finding some fights. So stay sharp and don't push your luck. I know you want to improve ASAP, but fighting recklessly is not the way to go. Wouldn't want to get laid out and let all that training go to waste, would you? Without further ado, class is now in session. When you're all prepped and ready to go, just say the word. It's good for predictable attacks. You may need anyone in this game? Oh yeah, drop it. What do you mean? I am Marissa Gal. Let's boogie. Land combos from a jump attack. Ever land a string of hits one after the other? That, my punchy friend, is a combo. Once the first hit lands, your opponent can't block the rest, giving you the edge. I want you to practice landing combos from jump attacks. Jump, hit on the way down, then hit again as soon as you land.
Well,
Yeah.
right on. There we go.
They'll just do it for about this one. I'll have another assignment for you next time we meet. Okay. I was doing my job protecting the Ken population, but Ryu seems even rarer. Too much Ken! Too much Ken! I just met with like 10 Kens and 10 Kemi. No more Ken. I don't like it. Ooh. Bagel? Classic donut? Pepperoni pizza? Pepperoni pizza, please. Mmm. Oh, hi Hypnomancy. I saw someone looked up Capcom IDs to see which character was the most popular, and Ken was number one. Had way more players than Ryu. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Too much Ken. Like, I played this morning or just now. I played against like 4 or 5 Kens and 4 or 5 Kemi. No other characters, mind you. Ken Fighter 6. Sounds about right. Can I fight Tyrone again? No. Oh. Officer, listen to me, officer. 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 Help. Help me, officer. Help. Help me, officer. The threats coming in about the stadium? I'll have you know we're investigating them very seriously. A lot of them seem like regular old pranks, but we also got some that seem really real. I've barely seen any Dawson or Lily. Not a single one by far. I've actually been playing Lily. She's pretty fun. Lily looks fun, and the command grab looks fun too. I fought against only one Lily throughout my whole playtime of this game. Simple but fun. Ooh, nice. Like Marissa. Marissa is simple, bully, and fun. For instance, there was a flag calling for the tournament's cancellation around the Masters Foundation building to the east. Officer, help! Officer, help! Officer, help! The officer! They both seem rare and fun. Consider Dawson, but 3 buttons difficult to press. How floaty Dawson feels kinda throws me off too. Oh.
What is it?
You're wondering around about the stadium? They are building the thing called the Mike Hager Memorial Stadium in the west end of town. There's a plan to celebrate its opening by hosting a massive martial art tournament, but we get threats every now and then telling us to cancel it or else. Or else what? Officer! Help me, officer! I have an emergency of wanting to punch someone. Damn, they blocked. Holy shit. How dare you block? Thank you, officer. Officer! Thank you, officer. Or some no-neck Marissa doppelganger is going to threaten her up. Which jump in the game, but would be a nightmare with faster ones. Dawson, huh? No-neck Marissa doppelganger. No-neck super thick Marissa doppelganger. Uh-oh. Look at that. Marissa with projectile. Marissa with projectile. Nice. That was cool. Spinning bird kick. Nope. Don't you even try it. Yeah, I'm getting so many style rank ups. Hi. I'm just punching everyone to get style rank up, is all. Pretty fly. Hey man. Wham! Feels good, man. Need to figure out where Ryu in this mode. Yeah, I never seen Ryu. Jacob low salt high fiber biscuit? I hate you. Jacob low salt high fiber stop biscuit. Thanks. I cannot wait to gift everything for Marissa. Oh my god, it's Miguel. Miguel in in Street Fighter 6? Cameo character in Tekken 7? Ayo? Where am I going? Wait, am I supposed to talk to Jacob? Oh, wait, no. Sorry? I don't think I can read that. It looks a little slashed up. And it looks a little jank. It might be a little pixelated, I think. Like, something tells me that I don't think there's enough pixels in this game. I love stuff like this because my PC absolutely cannot handle this game. Oh, Mike Hagar. Oh my god, this Mike Hagar? Oh my god. Goes ahead, there you have. The poster is oh wait, it's actually torn. Oh, sorry. I didn't... Oh, it's actually torn. So it's just pixels. In places and impossible to read. Cool. Oh, hey, Jacob. The poster that was over there, I tore it down. Sorry, can't remember what it said. But if you are looking for another just like it, I think I saw one in Skywalk Lane. If you're curious to find out what it said, why not trying heading over there? Thanks, Jacob. Why are you wearing panties? I need some bigger level characters to fight against. Like as fun as beating people up, I need to level up. What? Got him. Oh, hi. Fight Marissa? I want to. Okay, so your task, win the battle while in burnout. You're going to start in burnout mode right from the get-go. What does that mean? You have to wait longer before acting after blocking attacks. Oh. Oh, burnout actually leaves you more in minus. Special moves will whittle down an opponent's vitality even if they manage to block them. Coming out on top of such a disadvantageous position should push your skill to the limit. 4 frames in fact? Oh my god, that's crazy. It's like a jab frame. I don't care. I don't care, only punch. Oh, look who's in burnout, idiot! Ugh. Oh my god, I'm dying! Perfect! You completed that task with flying colors. Thanks. It's all for Marissa. Oh my god, it's all for Marissa! I'll have another task for you next time. If you see me in the city, come and say hi. Some characters have burnout strings for the chip and pressure. Like Wheel. Nice dance move. Very nice dance moves. Very nice dance moves.
Keep going, keep going.
Nice.
All right, yes.
Oh, now I can see what this is. Oh. Wow. It's such a difference. The one that's being teared down and the one that is not being teared down. God. Everything is so clear. The martial arts tournament at Mike Hagar Memorial Stadium is a front for a criminal activity. If this tournament goes ahead, there will be casualties. You have been warned. Collusion between the government and criminal organizations will not go unnoticed. Metro C Denizens Alliance. Yeah, I want it. A poster calling for the tournament's cancellation. What are you looking at? He's gonna read up on it to be sure.
Nice move.
Alright. I don't know, it feels like Guile does have one, probably. Especially on the level 2 install. I think anyway. Uh-oh. Nope. Have good luck. Good luck finding the answers. Okay, nice. Okay. PK Fire. Oh wait, that's wrong game. Damn, good pose. How about me? Check me out. Don't just take the picture of that guy. Check me out. Nice beard, by the way. God, that's luscious. Check me out. Parkour. Hi, can I fight you again? I can. Okay, defeating look style hit with one super art. Look style? God, look style might be a little bit hard. Defeat with super art. Hit with super art. Defeat after initiating with a master action. Look style. So I have to go look all the way then. I should get Kikokin. Dog noises. Oops. Number of miles earned. Let's get this one. Oh, the bear jar. Hi. Ultra kill. Wow. Wait, Ultra Kill! It's a game that Kalfira told me to play! Big bear hugs! Oh my god, I love big bear hugs. Just don't crush the little kobold, please. The bear jar! Hi everyone, welcome in. How are you doing? How was Ultra Kill? Also welcome in everyone. My name is Tylra, I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games, I love fighting games especially. And I do art. Occasionally. Just played it for the first time, it's amazing, it was fun. Oh hell yeah. It does look fun to be honest. I've been recommended to play Ultra Kill a few times. Because I recently just started playing... Doom 2? Doom 2? And Doom Eternal. I just started playing these games and been recommended to play Ultra Kill and also Night Reaper. Those are like the shooty bang bang games. I was like, oh shit, maybe someday I should try it. Low level opponents like has to attack you. Drive style while moving. Have you to slow down time using your drive gauge? They are both useless. Also, I'm glad you had fun with Ultra Kill. Yay! By enemy attacks from outside of battle. Oh, this one's good. I'm just gonna get this one. I'm just gonna get this one. Right trigger twice, holding anti with drive stall. God, Alright. course I'm getting this one. Super art booster? If it, oh my god, the bear jar. The bear. Thank you. I think. Appreciate it. I think I can fight this guy. I'm in Luke style. I have Gladius. I have DP. Super art. I have to win with super art, I think. I can do that. Let's go. Bang. It's gonna take a while. I'll still do it, man. Boom! That's good enough. No problem. I should get to bed though, because I have work tomorrow. For sure, for sure. My voice is gone for some reason, sorry. Have good sleep. Thank you again for the raid. Really appreciate you. Hope you have an amazing stream. I will. Thank you. Agreed. Oh my god, Pinky. I thought watch will be more dangerous. Same. Night big bear cuddles. Thank you. I love huggies. Okay, I will moisturize. I should moisturize. Nice. Oh, I'm supposed to wait until nighttime, right? It's fine. Oh. God. I'm okay. Oh, officer! Officer, help! Officer, help! I forgot to change my style, officer! Alright, let me change shot real quick. Okay. Wait, no. You know, I like Flush Knuckle. Oh, it's Tyrone. 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 Tyrone.
Nice move.
Whoa, nice clothing there, buddy. Officer. Officer. Ay, my leg. Officer. Officer. Finally found use for Ryu's level 2 charge. Ooh. I'm gonna see the Tyrone. Maybe? Nah, I don't. I just like punching. Hi. Oh, you don't fight? Oh, you suck. Hi.
Hey,
Hey, you look into that tournament thing for me? What? Whoa, I can see it now. Oh my god. This one is way clearer than what I had before. What? A criminal organization's involved?
damn it.
Yeah, this is actually readable. Oh, come on now. We're talking about a tournament where D. Hager is inviting a bunch of famous fighters. Whether it's us or some other jerks, do you seriously expect me to believe that a criminal organization could get involved so easily? Some meddling town folk are just trying to get the tournament canned by spreading dumbass rumors. If the blame for this somehow gets pinned on us, I'm gonna be beyond pissed off. You know what? I will be pissed off as well. That's false accusation. OD214 stun long enough for that to be a good option. Oh. Hey, Trasher, you wanna fight? Fine. Whoa, they seem strong down there. Whoa. Keek. I'm ready. I'm just an NPC. Psych! Nice combo. Can you handle this combo though? Can you handle this? Can you handle the schmicks? The schmicks. Nice. These guys are level way higher. Let's fight. Nope, don't even try it. Nope. Ooh, 21. Anyone that's above 20, I'll fight. Marissa! Oh my god, it's Marissa style! Yeah, time to level up. Marissa with projectile? Easy. Yeah, I do. That's what you get. Whoa, nice NTR, holy shit. Stomp, non-loop. Stomp loop. Nice. There's a lot of Marissa style here. I want to fight everyone. Hi. Spinning bird kick. No, these are all Luke styles. Oh, God damn it. Guys, they're spam blocking. They're spam blocking, rude. I don't know. I cannot check what this style is. Nope. Damn, this game's easy. Block spammer, block and reported. I know, right? Given to Ancients in a fighting tournament, January features a blue-clad character. The yellow typeface is beyond stylish too. What? Are you Marissa? No, you're Luke. Nice drip, by the way. Get schmixed. Get schmixed. Get ambushed. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Damn, nice. Triple hard knockdown. I'm almost dead. Nope, that's a lie. Oh, what? Hey, how'd everything go? Bosch got in touch with me earlier. I guess you two got wrapped up in some gang stuff while wandering around the city at night. I get it, you can't wait to toughen out, and that's one way to do it. I was basically the street punk myself as a kid, so far be it from me to lecture you. Just watch yourself, okay? You're wondering about Bosch? I think he mentioned something about heading to England. What the fuck? Chapter 5. Moyam! Drip place JP? Drip place JP? I'm upset. I'm upset. I'm upset. No JP allowed. Boo. 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 Spontaneous UK journey. No, fuck. I kicked. Whoa, shit. Whoa, Kemi? They did damage, holy shit. Oh, hey, look.
You don't say.
Well, hey there, ready to take on Metro City at night, eh? Better watch it. This is when the cardboard-clad gang members wander around the most. Even stronger folk are out too. That's where my pending nighttime lesson plan comes in. It'll toughen you up before sunrise, guaranteed. When you're ready, just let me know.
Hey.
JP's cool. He's gonna try him after getting okay with Ryu. My brain liked him a lot from what little training we did. That's good, that's good. Land cancelled attacks. So like, you know when you throw an attack, that's a pause at the end before you can act again? You can remove that pause by cancelling it into another different attack. It's super important for extending combos, so make sure you remember this one. As soon as your first move hits, that's when you cancel it into the next one. Normal moves, then special move. Experiment a bit and you'll be figuring out which move cancel into each other in no time. How about it? Ready to give it a shot? Does this count? Sweet, you knock it out of the park. Let's call it there for now. The next time we meet, I'll have another mission cooked up for you. Until then, thanks. Give me something good. You wanna fight? You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Ooh. That combos? That combos the drone? Dude, that's cool.
What do you want? You can't. Right on time.
Get punched. The damage is kinda dumb. Hey, I'm Marissa, it's fine. Well, I'm pseudo Marissa. Ow. Dude, pay me, what the fuck? Oh my god, Cammy is the only one that's like god. Bitch, come here. Dude, Cammy is cracked. Cammy is cracked.
Not bad. What do you
Dude, nice dance moves, holy shit. Everyone's so strong here. Am I in another place now? Nope. Drone! Help, what the fuck? Drone. Shoes gun? Wait, did I got a new shoes? How do you know?
like that? Yeah.
Officer! Officer! Officer, someone's chasing me, officer! Officer, someone's chasing me! Someone's chasing me, officer! Help me, officer, someone's chasing me! Stupid spicy Stupid spicy chocolate? That's a thing? Chocolate with a puzzling appearance. Heavy spicy content means it's more heat than sweet. Eating these in battle will briefly weaken your ability. What? Weaken your why? Officer, help! I think I'm just gonna sell them for money. Don't you think? Ooh. Oh, we have a block spammer. Nope. 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 Bang! the throw. Bang. Lag in here. Hi. He doesn't get the item? Nope. Whoa! I want it! I love hoodie, but I cannot wear it because Malaysia is too hot. Oh my god, look at... Oh my god, it's so good! New boots? Ah, but it's not as thick as this one though. I kind of like the thick boots. Yeah, I'm keeping it. So big, yeah. That looks... You know what? I just like... I just love... Whoa. They actually whiff punished? Stop. Schmidt. Stuff like closest why me check the items every battle. Oh. Come here. Oh my god, it's never ending. Oh my god, look at that clown suit. I like it. Bang. Yeah. Okay, there's so many red names here. It's insane. Oh fuck. Spinning bird kick. Chun-Li, help!
The two of us. This shouldn't be too difficult.
Chun-Li, help!
Keep it up.
Chun-Li, help! Chun-Li, help! Chun-Li, Chun-Li, help! Wow, thank you, Chun-Li, you're the best. It plays Chun-Li's theme? I love it.
Bet you'd bruise
You like blocking? Get out. Think you need to sandwich them more. Sandwich is such an alien concept to me. I need to remember that more. Remember when I played Dark Soul with you on co-op? I don't even know what sandwich is. I was so bad. Yeah, I need to understand sandwich. It's like a wall then, but better. Yeah, a wall that actually deals damage to them. Do I hear someone chasing me again? Whoa, good kick. I need to find Marissa. Keek! 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 Map, right? Open fast travel? No. How do I access world map again? Probably not here. Not bad. You died very unoften and hosts tend to die lots. Ooh. World map not work? I don't see world map. Oh, wait. I hate it here. I hate it here. Ew. Marissa, talk to me, Marissa. I have a bunch of things I have to give it to you. Hi, Marissa. Hi.
Hello.
Marissa, I'll give you everything.
Thanks to you.
Oh. So, I may be in a bit of a mess here. My nana from the countryside, I mean my grandmother, she says she found me a suitor. But I guess there must have been a mix-up because two suitors showed up.
If you ask me.
If I'm being honest, I wasn't exactly champing at the bit to get married. The question now is, how do I decide which suitor to go with?
May I request something of you?
Would you go speak to the two of them? Oh, Marissa. How about me? How about me? Whoa, Marissa looks so good! Damn, look at Marissa! Holy shit! Is Italy only exists for Marissa? Probably. Hey, do you want to fight? Then I cannot fight!
Oh, right.
I seek the hand of a regal and majestic lady, Marissa. You're her student? Then allow me to prove to you just how passionately my fire burns. Let's go. Manon? I don't care. Manon, get punched. Worst Manon ever. Look, she tried, she tried.
Hey.
I hope you were able to sense my passion. Maybe not, sorry. Hey, Diego Guil?
That's right.
Only I deserve to stand by Marissa's side, bedazzled by her proud majesty. I'll fucking punch you, she's mine. I will demonstrate my worthiness by doing battle with her student. Sonic Boom. Schmicks. How much drive gauge it deals? It's insane. What the heck is Flash Kick? Non-existent. Huh? Are jelly beans supposed to have tentacles?
Hey.
I'm more than qualified, wouldn't you agree? No, Marissa's mine. Gui is like the NTA character. Yay for no, that's not yummy. Marissa!
Hello. My thanks to you.
Marissa! You can have all my things.
Oh.
Well, how did they fare? Did either of them seem like a good fit for me? What? I have to choose one? Diego suck. Marta is okay. Marta. I see. So that's your pick. As for me, neither. I think I'll go with both. What?
Oh yes.
You can slot yourself in too, you know. Hey yo, Marissa. Hey yo. Lady Marissa's love knows no bounds. Oh, you know what? That's fair. Oh. That's a first. Why is the dog barking constantly today? I got Marissa's wallpaper? Damn, this is great. Sorry about the dog noises. I don't know what's going on. It's new? It's the first time the dog is barking like this.
But actually.
You're actually not the first trainee I've taken under my wing. This is Lucius, my lion friend. Oh my god! Lion, Marissa, even got the baby. I've known him since he was small enough to sit on my lap.
Bark, 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 bark.
Yeah, lots of dog noises for some reason. Maybe I should go check it out. I'm lazy though. Oh, I don't wanna go. But he's grown into a magnificent, powerful beast, more than capable of putting up a fight. We bring him to the zoo whenever there's an event at the Coliseo. Oh, what would happen if we had a serious fight? Gladiators did indeed battle lions in ancient Rome. But I don't even want to imagine having to strike down Lucius in actual combat. That said, if we did fight, I'll probably win. Marissa.
Hello.
An arm in the air with a finger extended. Do you know the meaning of this gesture? I can beat you with one finger. I surrender. For Marissa is never surrendering. Also, hi Tomato. Inspiring but incorrect. Athletes competing in the ancient Pancration use this pose to signal their surrender. Oh. Strikes do vulnerable organs and biting aside. Anything was fair game in the Pancration. There were referees, rules, and announcing surrender. But regardless, it's said to more than a few fighters lost their lives mid-match. I know all too well how a Pancratiast of old must have felt. They refused to give up till the very end. And now their blood courses through my veins. I love you, Marissa. I love you.
You're here.
Want to go around? Oh, yes! Hit me with everything you've got. Okay, Marissa. Marissa, can you handle this? It's your own schmicks. Oh! Okay, sorry, Marissa. I have never doubted you, even once. Thanks for putting water for me, Marissa. Thanks for going easy on me. I can make you surrender with one finger. Oh. Oh. Damage? Damage? Why do you do so much damage in spare? I have no idea. That's what I'd like to see. Keep it up. Your back looks wonderful, Marissa. Just have to say that. Maybe level is a huge difference.
Yes.
Want me to help you out? Don't be shy now. You can call me anytime you like. Oh, yes, yes. I can call Marissa. Oh, this one looks good. Yeah, I want this one. Look at that. Beanie hoodie, classic.
Hey.
I walk the path of Pancration. Pancration. What's Pancration? Only the oldest martial arts in human history, focus on bringing down the opponent with body alone. If you want to know what strength is all about, Pancration will get you there faster than anything. I'm not gonna die though, Marissa. I don't want to die. When we tried that, combo took like 105 of my HP and my damage works like I mean, it happened to me when I first sparred against Chun-Li. Now maybe I can beat Chun-Li up.
Oh yes.
I bet you have what it takes to use this move now. Rodriga! Oh my god.
All right.
Looking for some practical application? That's the spirit.
Now.
Focus, sleep out and over in an instant. Okay, Marissa. Whoa! Marissa knows how to dash under. Help. Nice combo. Excellent combo. I'm not playing Tekken. Can you handle this? Can you handle... Can you handle this? Oh shit. Oh fuck. Oh. Yeet. Yeet. Nice combo. Thanks, Marissa. Wow, I better make sure not to get complacent. Thanks, Marissa. I'm going to teach you one of my moves. Go ahead, unleash it. Meteorite? Oh shit. Level 2? I'd rather have Chun-Li's level 2, to be honest.
By the way,
So, my nonno, my grandfather, is Greek, right? What comes to mind when you hear the word Greece? History. I mean, Marissa seems very keen on history.
correct.
Yes, that's right.
But actually,
As a matter of fact, Nonno is a history teacher. He researched wars of old as well as the ways they were fought.
did you know?
Are you familiar with the heavy infantry? Infantry of ancient Sparta? They're best known for their shields and spears, but they were fierce unarmed combatants as well. Some say that boxing was originally developed by the Spartans, in fact.
Oh,
When I talk fighting like the ancient did, this is what I'm talking about. Does winning have any benefit over losing for the bond? No idea. A singular strike against flesh, the bones of your fist making satisfying contact. That's something you can only taste in the heat of combat. And how sweet does it taste? It's something you savor, like filet mignon or fine wine. Get one taste and you can't live without it.
if you ask me.
Getting smacked clean in the face isn't so bad either. It's like a spicy bite of penne alla arrabbiata.
Oh,
I want to taste everything fighting has to offer. You received the Marissa time for a taste emote as a reward for increasing a bond. Time for a taste? Emotes? Wait, does Marissa actually react to that? Oh my god, I think Marissa actually reacts to that. No way.
Hi there.
Look at that. Oh, Marissa is like, nah, Wow, they react. Alright. Shut up, at least it's not for you.
hello.
Fancy seeing you here. When it comes to training, you have to crank up the intensity if you want to get anywhere.
Yes.
It's all about pushing yourself to new heights.
Did you know?
So, pankration, right? In ancient Greek, the word pankration means all of the might.
Oh,
So, when you're fighting, you best bring everything you've got.
hello. Oh, yes.
Okay, I think that's everything here.
Hello. My thanks to you.
Take everything.
Hello. My thanks to you.
Take everything, Marissa.
Hello. My thanks to you. Hello. My thanks to you. Hello. My thanks to you.
Hello. My thanks to you.
Hello. Oh.
Oh. Oh. I'm sorry. Cold soup, eh? The soup where I come from is thick, rich, and piping hot. So when I think food, that's what I tend to think of.
That's right.
Couldn't hurt to try cooling down my palate from time to time, though. Whoa, unique interactions?
Hello. My thanks to you.
Oh, so there are something Marissa like, there's something other people like, I guess.
Hello.
Nah, it's okay, I'm gonna give everything to Marissa. Do you like this?
Thanks to you. Hello. My thanks to you. thanks to you.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
You're aware I'm an artisan, right? Yes? Detailed, beautiful craftsmanship is like catnip to me. Oh! Oh! Oh, oh. Oh my god, Marissa looks so good! Engraving has always been a hobby of mine, but lately it's gotten out of hand. I've started making jewelry too. Not that gemstones are the only thing that catch my artistic attention, of course. Plants and animals, the colors of the sky, the shape of waves, the sound of wind. If it tickles my senses, it's good enough to turn into a design. Like the thrill of clocking someone out cold. Hey, wonder if I'll have the chance to turn that into jewelry someday. Oh my god, Marissa! Hi.
What can I get for you?
I guess this one heals? Oh, Star EXP gain boost? Yeah!
Take care. Thank you. Please come again.
I can kind of buy EXP, I guess. Engage! Ooh. Nice! Nice. Thunderfoot Cinnamon. Mexico? I don't know where Luke is, to be honest. I kind of want to talk to Luke for a little bit. Luke in America? Well, yeah. Where do I go? Do I just do... Yeah, let's do the mainline story. Music's so cool. I like the music. United Kingdom. That car looks broken, I'm sorry. Bosch! It's Bosch!
Seriously? What are you doing here?
Bosch!
What's wrong with you? I said to stay away from me.
But Bosch!
I told you I can't play around like you.
I want the soup! Bosch, I want the soup! Sorry, the hen. Just clips. Wow, Bosch, I never realized how oh my god. Cammy? Take the card, please? Oh, the classic! Oh my god, it's a classic scene! Holy shit! It's the scene! The motorcycle scene! The famous... Oh my god, I don't know what that scene is called.
Gosh. Saw your friends just now, but I don't think they're coming. They ran into something nasty on the way!
Oh my god, Juri, I love you. Juri's cool. boss, you suck.
God, you're an idiot.
Yes, you can say that
You
again.
thought a gang would let you off, like, oh sure, here you go. You've got nowhere to run.
Jury's pretty cool.
Ooh, you for real?
The thing about idiots is that we're too stupid to know when to quit.
Stop, kid, you're killing me here. And only one of us is allowed to do the killing.
Damn, Jury. Jury, cool. Hey, Jury, have you heard of jumping heavy? Hey, Jury, have you heard of jumping heavy? Hey, Jury, have you heard of jumping heavy? Oh my god, Jury has DP! Oh my god, Jury's OP? Damn, Jury's good. Oh my god, Jury's good! Oh, Jury's good! Holy shit!
It's a dog-eat-dog world. So, the hell's your deal? They told me to tenderize little boss here real good before bringing him in. But they didn't say anything about leaving his geeky friend alive.
Am I geeky though?
Wait! Leave them out of this!
Oh, I appreciate that.
They just came to give me something I left behind. Right?
Shut up.
Sorry for the trouble. I really mean it.
Oh my god, what is that?
Get the bag. We're going.
What is, I don't know. Is that a blue key card from Doom 2? God, Jury's so cool.
Start walking.
Hey, can I get a rematch, Jury? Like, wait, Jury's in England? Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. Dude, I cannot see what it was. It's insane. Looks like a goddamn name card getting pixelized. I gotta love this game, holy shit. Oh, nice. Steam tea? Oh my god, can I drink tea? What do I do? There's no one here. I cannot... What? Oh. Marisa! It's been a while since we started your lessons. How goes your training? Coming along just fine, I take it. Still, if you're sending me messages, you must be going mad not being able to rumble right away. If you're going brawl, you gotta do it offline. Marissa! Oh my god, Marissa, I love you so much. Here's a little something for your fellow pupil. A greeting of sorts. Oh. Leon. The real Lucius is more durable though. A group of lions is also known as a pride. Hopefully you and Lucius can build a truly proud rapport with one another. You're both my precious little students after all. God, Marissa. More? Marissa, why are you suddenly spamming me messages? Pancration was invented in ancient Greece, and that's not all. Boxing was as well.
Me too. Cat too.
And get this. Pretty much every martial art involving punching the stuffing out of someone started around then. Socking someone into a pulp is a euphoric feeling like any other. Unlike any other. A feeling humans have been searching for since time immemorial. Okay. More? I adore metalwork. Museums are full of the stuff and I can never get enough of it. You mean ancient weapons? Like a nice sharp gladius? Yeah, those are fine and all. The word gladiator does come from gladius, right? Give someone a sword and send them into the ring. The name just makes sense. The difference here is I'm a gladiator who fights with her fist. True, Marissa, true. Therefore, oh my god, Marissa. Life? I've been meaning to ask, but in your opinion, what's life all about? Honestly, to me, it's all about the eating, sleeping, the good stuff. Traveling is good, but I feel like too much traveling can cause too much trouble to me since I have the tendency to vomit when I, board the airplane. Something about the smell on the airplane just throws me off. And especially during landing phase of the airplane, I will vomit most of the time. Most of the time, yeah. So I'm not really a traveling gal. I'm more of the good stuff kind of gal, yeah. See? Mercer gets it. Fine answer, and I'm with you. At least every now and then. Besides, at the end of the day, people are animals too after all. Oh wow, Marissa, are you saying that I'm a furry? Hey, I don't fault you. I'm a goddamn furry. Well, I'm more of a scaly, I think. So do I go back now? Yeah, I guess I have to go back. 洪虎门 Beat Square. That makes traveling difficult? It does. But I'm very fucking excited for this year-end firm. I am very, very excited for it. I cannot wait to meet all my friends over there. Whoa, so that's what happened to Bosch, huh? Telling you to ignore the situation is pointless, I know. But to be honest, you guys still no chance. Not yet. Either way, what's next for you? You got wrapped on something bigger than you, and pay the price. No shame in walking away for now. I mean, common street dogs are like mosquitoes, you know? So pretty much... Oh my god, Luke, how fast are you typing? I cannot read all of them. So you pretty much graduated from the intro course, in my opinion. Still, I got some gas in the tank if you're looking to keep at it. You mentioned it yourself, Tylra. The search of the meaning of strength, and whatever that search might take you. Oh hey, here's an idea. How about a change of scenery? Something a little bright and upbeat. And if you find any funky souvenirs, be sure to drop by and show me, okay? Me likes how Luke is typing like this. It's pretty, I hate it. I hate the way people does that.
When did they add adventure mode to Street Fighting Sim? Godro yip godro yip godro yip godro yip godro yip.
Hi legs. Yeah, we have the adventure mode now. And look at me, I can just cheat. Easy. Hope you're doing good, Lex. Nice. Head to Rangers Hut in Brazil, look for a souvenir to Luke. Banter's Beach in Jamaica, look for a souvenir. Huh. Look and typing fast and it's scrolling a bit much. Just a bit though. Yeah, true. Liam! You scared me. Keep jumping. I dare you. Keep jumping. Keep jumping. Hello? No free pictures, Rahim. Oh, sorry, I punched wrong. I punched the wrong person, I'm sorry. Oh my god, they're mad. Hey man. Jump! Mercer, your NTS sucks. Rahim, you were taking pictures. I'm alright, thanks. Nice. Hope you and every folks here are well also. I am doing a lot better than yesterday, definitely. A lot better than yesterday. The shock is a lot less now. It's very handleable and I'm not unstable anymore. So yeah. Officer! Officer, help! I have a case of I want to punch. I should probably look around here and do some... Does this show? Oh, it does, like that. I have a case of I want to punch. You're right. Fly. Oh my god, someone's taking free pictures again. No free pictures, Liam. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the? Thank you. Why am I burned out? Why am I burned out? The teacher. Your moves cause strife me. Oh shit, I didn't know. Alright, okay. Good to hear you're doing better. Yeah. I'm doing a lot better. Yesterday I was a wreck yesterday. I had to end the stream very early. And by early I mean like 11 minutes of stream yesterday. But yeah, I'm definitely doing better now. Alright. That guy did the whack and then gone. The peace out meme. You know that one? Roomba. Roomba. Yeah, using a day to process what happened. And essentially to calm myself down as well. I was in too much of a shock yesterday. I was pretty much the whole day I was just trying to not vomit. Also, I realized I vomit in a lot of cases. That's kind of stupid. too much. Nice. And I get shiny as well? Damn. Cool. What are you doing? Stop. Throwing up annoying? Yeah, they are. This is a trading place? Looks like it. And a hangout place, okay. A door? Oh, this is where Luke is, I think. Oh, these are Luke's students.
Howdy.
Righto, your next goal is to land an SA. SA is short for super arts, hella powerful moves that use out your SA gauge. Oh, yep, you guessed it. The SA gauge is the meter at the bottom of the screen during fights. Dealing damage to the opponent will fill it up. The commands and gauge cost of SA differs. Pick the right one for the job. Let me check. What is Hoyoku-sen? Hoyoku-sen is... Hoyoku-sen medium kick. Oh, okay. Hoyoku-sen? Actually, I kind of want Javelin Marissa. Yeah, Hibli, hi. Hello, Hibli, how you doing? More SA? Your character looks so comfy, I know, right? I love the hoodie. And when the hoodie that big, same. God, it's so hard to get a hoodie that big, huh? I want a hoodie that butt. Hey yo. Hey yo. Oh wait, I can find jewelry? Oh, for 90% hoodie. Hoodie's great. Wait, what's the input again? Hoyoku-sen, full for medium cake. Okay. Hey Alice.
Howdy.
Become one with hoodie and beanie.
Well,
Oh, can I do like... Wait, don't block. Can I jump cancel that one? Oh my god! Hey man. Oh my god, the pushback's too much.
right on. There we go.
I get Pepsi? Nice. Okay, I'm just gonna try to do most side quests. Actually, can I fight with Luke? Hey, Luke. 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 Seating. Seating, give me the back of the head. Have you seen my heavy punch? Have you seen my heavy punch though? They do a decent job introducing things slowly. Oh, they do. It's so good. Luke! Good block, Luke. That was a test. Hey, got a minute? I'm gonna teach you a move that will blow your mind. Hope you're taking notes. Yeah, set up out.
Hey.
So, when do you usually take your showers? At night. Yeah, the daily grind really works up a sweat. I totally get it, but I'm all about that morning shower life. Ah. Sometimes I do shower twice when the morning does get too hot. Not morning shower then, afternoon shower. Sometimes when things does get too hot and I like sweat too much because you know, it's constantly at like 30, 32, 35 degrees here. Then yeah, I'll shower twice a day sometimes. Wash away all that sweat and grime, get that facial hair in order, and it's off to the races. It's all about spending your morning at peak efficiency, so you can start the day at peak performance. Cool beans.
Basically.
I work for a PMC, or private military company. Like the name suggests, we provide security and peacekeeping services on a contract basis. My company also does training exercise and lectures for other companies in the same field. The course we're doing here is the basic version of that, which we make available for the general public. It's basically a crash course in unarmed combat. I think the cool kids call it CQC. It's not exactly what you call self-defense, but more to give you the confidence of knowing your way around a fight. After all, the Buckler company slogan is the strength to protect. I like Luke. Heat increases want to shower. They totally do. Looking to test your skills with a little one-on-one? Oh fuck yeah. Bring it! Bye-bye! Yeah. Hey, have you heard of jumping heavy? Hey Luke, have you heard of jumping heavy? Hey Luke, have you heard of jumping heavy? Luke, have you... Luke, I mean, have you heard... Luke, have you heard of jumping heavy? Luke, have you heard of jumping heavy? Luke? Hey, Luke, have you heard of jumping heavy? Like, have you heard of jumping heavy though? I don't know if you heard of jumping heavy, but here it is. This might be it, I don't know. Is this jumping? This might be jumping heavy. Do you think he started jumping heavy though? I don't know. Maybe he did.
This is awesome.
I don't think he can hear anything now. Godro Cray.
Oh my god. You're right. You're definitely improving. Keep at it. Thank you, Luke. Thank you. You're the best, Luke. You're the best. Have you ever jumping heavy though?
Hey.
Is there anything more lame than the teacher who gets shown up by the students? So hey, try ringing me up to help in the fight sometime. I'll kick some serious butt for you and look good doing it. You cannot fight outside your master if you call upon them in battle. They will join the fray and help you for a period of time. No, I want Marissa. I want to fight with Marissa.
What's up?
He can't hear you over these huge arms of his.
Huge arm. The arm's too huge, it's blocking his ear path. Oh god. He's not wearing AirPods. He's wearing arm pods. Oh god. Whatever path you walk, you're gonna be able to put food on the table yourself. Making ends meet through fighting ain't easy, but string and stamina gives you plenty of options.
For example,
I used to scrap cars part-time. I could bust up an SUV faster than any machine could. There might be work at the factory in town. Couldn't hurt getting used to taking odd jobs if you ask me.
come to think of it,
Don't sweat it, I won't charge you for this training sesh. Just be sure to use whatever's at your disposal to improve and get stronger. You better not use that strength to pursue a life of crime though. Imagine how guilty I'll feel then. Ever think about entering a tournament someday? Maybe win some sweet cash prizes? Just a heads up, you never know what kind of seedy underworld shenanigans are brewing out there.
by the way.
There was this tournament in Nashal I got caught up in. And who, buddy? Oops, sorry. If I said much more, I'll be breaching my confidentiality agreement. Sorry, Luke? Cheska! Oh, hi, Turquoise. Have you heard of jumping heavy though? Can you? Thanks. How you doing, Turquoise? Alright, what's up, Luke?
The way I see it,
Looking good is a big part of what makes fighting fun, you know?
yo,
So let me teach you a special move that'll have you showing off in style. Just be sure to save it for when it counts. Oh my god, it's the sand! It's the one and only Sandblast!
basically.
Luke loves sand. Cool, let's see where you're at in terms of strength. And what better way to measure strength than a little sparring? I just woke up. Oh, hope you have a good sleep. Sweet. Hey, Luke. Luke. Have you heard? Oh my god, Luke, you're rude. Have you ever jumping heavy though, Luke? Luke sucks. Oh my god. Luke. Luke. Listen to me, Luke. Listen to me. Block high. Block high, Luke. Block high. That's a lie. Get out. Acquire pocket sand? Yeah. Caramel says impregnable as a fortress. Damn, that sounds tough for my teeth. Sandblast. Travel fast as fluff because its slowness went into the startup. Yeah. Not too shabby. You're definitely getting better. Keep up the good work. Thanks, Luke. You a gamer? I've been hooked on this puzzler where you collect cats. Oh my god!
He's already Diaz.
Stoop.
Godro big cry.
Stoop! He's already dead. You gotta love TTS sometimes, my god. It's a cute kitty though. I like the kitty though. I'm always out in the country for work stuff, so being able to play anywhere on my phone is huge. Some of the cats in this game are weirdly familiar. Oh wait, you're right. I know who they are. It feels like you form a real bond when you raise them too. Oh, do they though? It's a nice change of pace. Yogamyo. Hadomyo. Hikomyo.
By the way,
Yakritskumyo. If you're into games, you're gonna be particular about hardware. Like, my PC keyboard is loaded with RGB. That's it? You care about the RGB, but not... Dude, my fucking PC is made of trash. Look, it's not trash, okay? It's just below average, okay? Below average. But my keyboard, 15 ringgit. And it works so good. I can practically hear the keys begging me to press them. I'm getting hyped just thinking about it. Ah. God, look, that's weird. Look. This became Nyan Fighter now? Oh my god, that would be such a good game. It's trash shaping to something technical. I think that's how technology works. Oh, you're right. Natasha! Natasha! Have you heard of... Get out. Gladius! Also, don't mind my character is no neck. Don't worry about it. No, you know what? Actually, there's neck. You just couldn't see it. You just couldn't see the neck. The neck is there. The hoodie. Perfect for someone with no neck. Okay, now I think I have to wait until like nighttime? Let me try the other ones. I was in this one. Okay,
Who needs neck when you got them guns and gams? Godro bongo, Godro bongo, Godro bongo.
Guns and gam? You know, you're right. Mercer with Sonic Blade? Oh my god, that's broken. And charge behind the blade. Okay, who else? Learning the CDT? Here? Oh, you are? Okay, okay. Just walk behind your slow projectile eating projectile. Yeah. Yeah, same for Zangief. Zangief. Hi. Hey, today's mission, land an anti-air attack. It's simple enough. If the opponent's airborne, swat them down. They can't block when they're up there after all. Each style has a powerful anti-air move, like Luke's rising uppercut and Chun-Li's Tensho kicks. But for this one, any move will do. Just focus on hitting your opponent out the air. How about it? Yeah. Apparently Mercer's anti-air is jumping medium. Oh my god. Oh, but this one sucks ass. It's a terrible anti-air from Mercer. Tracy, come on. This is the anti-air. Jump, medium, medium punch. There's 2 hits. The second hit slams them down for a hard knockdown. Should you try to jump to air blocking this? I do that sometimes. Only sometimes. Come here! They didn't even have time to applause. Oh wait, the map shows everything. I just realized. Here, let's do it. On the bottom left, I just noticed there's a map. Do you think they're only think inside the box? Probably. With the head like that, yeah. Beauty salon, what do I do? You can alter your avatar's appearance. Leaving the shop, your altered appearance will cost 1,000 zenny. This appearance is perfect. Seeing how they can hit the same stuff non-stop? Yes. Yeah, true. So true. This is the perfect size. Oh, I know this place. Let me see. Oh, there it is. Watch out, watch out, watch out! Watch out, watch out. It's probably not here. Whoa, wait, what? Humba DX? I'm dead. I lied. You know how to dodge? What the fuck? The Roomba knows how to dodge. Insane. Alright, I got 2 flight tickets. Free. Xiao Yuan. Wow, that's actually my friend's name. Well, not my friend's, my classmate's name in middle school. Hey, 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 hey. Careful. What do you think you're doing? Can you see I'm busy? I'm here doing job and you're just trying to langar me and dead? Goddamn. People in the city, I swear. Wait, let me recover my drive gauge real quick. Thank you. No. This is a break-in? No! I messed up! Okay, fine. Come here. Are you Blanca? Wait, is that Blanca move? Someday one of them will block high, maybe. Right? You know what? Maybe they will. Someday. When's that day's gonna come? No idea. But I know that someday they're gonna block high. 20,000 miles? Hi, officer. Officer! Wait, where can I go? Is there something going on? I cannot go there.
No travel beyond this point.
And traffic restrictions are currently in place. Oh, fuck! Let me go! Okay, fine. Well... I am sensing some discrimination here, officer. There are people going there. Are you just blocking someone with no neck? Are you? You look like you're just blocking someone with no neck. See, people with normal neck is going back and forth, you fuck. Fine. Better watch out. You better not sleep tonight. Or you see someone with no neck trying to rising uppercut you. Your back to the head, huh? Okay, so that one is unavailable. Hi. I did it! You wanna fight? You wanna fight? I'll do a real combo on you, little shit. Oh wait, I'm going back again. Okay, so on the map there's like a bunch of blue dots around. They probably saw what you tried to do with that moving vehicle. They did, but they'll never anticipate when it's gonna happen to them. Are you taking pictures?
Excellent cuckoo.
Are you taking pictures? Get boot. Excellent Tiku. It's Tiku. Excellent Tiku. The mod is perfect. Okay, I'm just trying to do some side quest here. Or I'm trying to find some available side quests. I'm looking at the bottom left of the screen, just trying to find things. Like this. Hi. Hey. How do you pronounce this name, by the way? Ulysses? Hey, Ulysses here. You're a big bus believer? When you need to travel long distances, nothing beats taking the bus. I was actually supposed to set up a bus stop here, but I can't find the sign for it anywhere. Maybe Medgear jacked it. I wouldn't put it past them. I'd love to tell them off and get the sign back, but... Nope, can't do it. Don't got the nerves for it. Maybe we're just gonna give up on installing a bus stop here. Nah, Ulysses, don't do this. Ulysses. Oh, Ulysses. Oh, Ulysses. Oh, okay. That's a beautiful name. Ulysses. Okay, Ulysses, let me help you. Signs of the time. Where do I go? There's no... You didn't say where to go. Or is it only nighttime?
Hey there.
Well, looky here, someone got to save the helmet. Make sure it's on your head, then talk to my pal next to me.
No, none of that.
Hey, oh, no. Hold your horses, buddy. Safety first. If you want in here, you better be wearing a yellow safety helmet. Only yellow? God damn it. But my beanie though. Fine. Oh, you got a helmet. How did I not see that? Proceed with safety.
Keep coming. Oh no!
Oh shit. Oh shit! Jump! Oh my god, I'm so good. No neck. Oh! Ken-sama. These voice clips are great.
Safety first, bud.
Damn, Ken looks good.
Wow. That was
Ken
fun.
Masters. Ken Masters. Tend to make Masters your Nah, I don't really like Ken. Goose! Haven't seen you around here before, new hire. Hate to break it to you, but this area is for skilled workers only. No entry for little construction chickadees, see? If you're looking to prove your cakes, well, you know what to do. Have you heard of jumping fierce? Jumping heavy? Jumping punch? Heavy punch? Actually, heavy kick? Have you heard of heavy kick? Have you heard of heavy punch? Guess not. Get out. Don't even try.
Nicely done.
You seem to really know your stuff, newbie. With skills like those, I bet you could hang with the night shift. That's a test of skill around here at night. If you're interested, feel free to stop by. And is this construction or is this street fighting? Yao Cheng, Charlotte, Natasha. How many Natasha is here? Stuart. Hi. Stephen? Stephen, can I go, Stephen? Stephen, can I go in? Stephen? Fine. Didn't know he worked construction. That's what the terrorist bombing does to a martial artist champ. My god, that's kinda scary. Clearly need to brush up my Street Fighter lore. I have no idea what's going on, but I do know, yeah, Ken got framed. Swinging bird kick? Oh, it's outside. Oh my god, it's Ken! Hey man. Oh, I'm playing real Street Fighter against this guy, just jumping heavy. What the fuck? They know how to play the game? Ugh. Could Dalsim squeeze through that? Probably. Gag-inducing juice? Is this juice? Packed with nutrient-rich seafood. It, certainly has a unique odor. Eating it in battle will briefly weaken your... Why the fuck am I getting all these weird shits? Miranda! Oh wait, you're Marissa. Get punched. Gag juice, eh? Gag juice delicious. Hi Ken. What do they have against Clamato juice? Is that a thing? They should qualify for some better conditions to get loot. You new here? You moved like lightning back there when Pierce shaped with the crane. Color me impressed. Didn't even give any thought to the possibility of being flattened like a pancake, huh? Well, great minds think alike. Move first, think later. So long as you keep moving, things will work themselves out in the end. Or so I thought anyway. Sad can, sad. Just rambling, forget it. Anyway, what you need? I want to become his dude. Hi? That was Nick. Oh my god, I didn't know you're streaming. It's been a while, Toslake. Hi. Outlast Trials, isn't that like a new Outlast? Oh my god, I'm probably gonna shit my pants if I play any Outlast. How was it? How was the Outlast thing? Adventure. It's a co-op game? Oh my god. Outlast is now co-op game? Crazy. How much arm wrestling did you do? What? Why arm wrestling? Hi everyone. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobold. And I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Yeah. Welcome in. Thanks for raiding again, Toslake. Oh my god. A little bit you can arm wrestle in the game. Yo, it's just like Monster Hunter. I want to become your student. You want to become a student? Listen, when it comes to the construction yard, I barely know my hand from a hammer. If you want to learn the ins and outs, you have to ask someone else. What I mean is, I want you to teach me how to fight.
Say what?
You want me to teach you martial arts? So, you know who I am, huh? A simple construction worker. That's so sad. But yeah, I was gone for life stuff and home now and starting to stream. Yeah, hopefully everything went well, Toslink. Oh my god. Yeah, life stuff happens, I get it. Hopefully it's not too rough. Glad you're back though. A national martial art champion? A former champion. As I'm sure you've noticed, I'm currently a humble construction worker. Don't exactly have room in the old schedule for teaching. But if you're not gonna listen to reason, I'll just have to see you out here myself. So, you wanna do this the easy way or the hard way? Never give up, never surrender. Man alive. Hey Ken, have you heard? I didn't punish that. Oh my god, Ken, I'm flying. Welcome to my Schmick city. Oh my god, I cannot Schmick. Dude, I get Schmicked by Ken Masters. Oh my, what the fuck? Ken, please. You just input. Oh my god, you just DP. You just input DP the moment I input jump. God damn, Ken! Gonna chill for the rest of the night? Nope, I'll catch you later. Stay lovely, Bean. Thank you, Toastic, for the raid again. Appreciate. Have good rest. Ken. Goddamn Ken, please. Ken, why are you so good? Good combo. No 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 no. I tried. Here, stop. No third hit. I respect that. Again, holy shit. Stop doing that. Oh my god, Ken! The moment I input up, you DP. Let's play safe. Oh! Ken! What the fuck? No, I can't when I input up and you DP immediately.
I would like 1 pound cake, s'il vous plaît. I am Bart 10 cookie.
1 pound cake, s'il vous plaît. Am I supposed to lose? Whoa! Whoa! I'm spinning! Damn! The thick! I'm the best.
What was that? Don't just fire off attacks. Think ahead a little.
I'm sorry, Ken. Jesus, fuck. Sorry, my hoodie's too big.
At least you're no quitter. All right. I can't say no to that enthusiasm. And even if I did, it looks like you're just gonna keep coming by and trashing the place until I don't.
Ken looks hot. Do I get to fight again? Do I get the second chance? Imagine having to do this shit one. Dude, this shit one in hiding. Sad. It's a sad time for Ken. I'm having flashbacks of a past student of mine. He was fiery as all get out, throwing himself at everything he could with reckless abandon. Ken had a student too. Not unlike you. Wow, thanks Ken. You became Ken's student. So you Ken? Wow. Tatsumaki's temple kyaku? Goddamn. Teach me. No, attack support of building. It's so sad. Hey guys, I got Shoryuken though. Guys, I got Shoryuken though. Oh my god, I got Shoryuken though. Oh my god. Shoryu. The building did not one hit it. Only the thick did it, not me. Shoryuken. Soy sauce Ken. Soy sauce. Many. Soy sauce. That makes me wonder, is Ken's or Ryu's or Luke's DP best? Oh shit, I never thought about that. I just thought all DP works almost the same way. I mean, like the damage ender or the anti-air. Something like that. I cannot get that. Sure you can. Oh wait, spinning bird kick maybe? Oh yeah, we played Foreman. Supplement that permanently increase certain stat. Sprint strawberry, unleash the beast in your calves. Max kick strength boost. Oh my god, permanent. Soy sauce? I suppose that's one way to make your opponent salty. You're right. You are entirely right. Okay, get in here. Flip! Let's go! I know how to play this game. Why am I out here? Shoryuken! Shoryuken! I'll show you, Ken. Wujin! Shoryuken!
Shoryuken Godro Bongo.
Hey man. I'm dead. Hey man, what the fuck? Can we do that again? Can we do that again? Low profile? Let's go, leg. I love that so much. Alright, I want to wear my beanie now. God. I want my beanie back. God. There we go. Drip. Me try shuriken spam against player, me lost. Against player might be a little bit too hard. Hi, Savia. Damn, nice moves. Let's go DP. Let's go DP. Anti-air, let's go. Damn, nice moves. Holy shit. Shoryuken! We need better fighters to win with that. Hey man, give a jump. And there's a misinput. Sorry. Oh fuck. You block spamming? What the fuck? Give the face. Give me that face. Can I punch kids? Where am I going in? Oh yeah, signs. I love how they're scared. Look at that. Thanks. Thanks for showing your back. Dash in, Shoryuken. Dash in, Shoryuken. Wait, if I play as Ken, do I get the run stance? Boxy boxes. Hey, you wanna fight?
Just hold it a sec.
I don't know, man. I don't see no one. Psych! Yeah, that's wrong. What's wrong? Oh! Oh my god. This game sometimes, I swear to god.
Do you want something with me?
Yeah. You've been training and you're so strong? Yeah. And so thick. Oh yeah, missions. How do I get to the nighttime again? Where's the hangout? Shit. I need to find it. Okay, just go to the center point first. Sure you can. My Twitch cut out there during your question. What did you get? Sorry, I forgot what my question was. Oh my god. My brain. Oh god. Lunchtime. Tartar sauce. If you're Ken, do you get? Oh, the run that Ken has. Because the run Shoryuken is way cooler. Should? All right. Shoryuken. That hurts, man. Holy shit. wanna jump? You wanna jump with me? Yeah. It's KK, but I don't know if that's considered unlockable. Yeah, honestly, I have no idea. This looks painful. Oh! Holy shit! Seems like a part of his core moveset to me. It does feel like it, because when I first get Chun-Li style, I immediately has the stance. That would make my spine hurt watching it. Yeah, man. God, that looks painful. Okay, I'm here. Hey, Liam, it should be. I punched the wrong thing. Sorry for scaring you. I was supposed to punch you. Oh! Hey, man. Otherwise, you'll be dumb stuff like running Marissa Superman punch. Oh, true. Yeah, it should be Ken's core moveset. Yeah, it's here. I found it. Let's wait until nighttime, because it seems that a lot of things I need to do is nighttime. There it is. See that? What's up? No punish, only Soryukan. 99. 99. 3,000 miles. I'm getting a lot of miles. Give me your spine! Or the dick, I don't know. That looks more painful than I imagined. That is literally right at the dick. I can't say anything else. It's literally right at the dick. Okay, that made me flinch. Jesus fuck. Long distance boat running, yeah. We're gonna do some running. Oh, it's just up there, so I have to find some sort of a ladder. Oh! Only heavy version. Only heavy version allowed, alright? Oh, only heavy version allowed. Alright, is it here? Looks like it.
You can run with the best of him. Godro Pat.
Oh no. Yeah, what do you want? Return the bus stop sign? Excuse me? You saying we swiped it? That's small time. Why would we even bother with that? This is Cannery Creek Gang written over it. Talk to Xiang Jiao at Honghulu Chinatown Day. Why? Piss off, it wasn't us. Go bug the Cannery Creek Gang. Don't test me, you little shit. Don't. You can run with the best of them. Isn't it kind of funny when Ken has a run move while also being on the run? Oh no. Oh no. I wish I can wear a hoodie. I mean, I can wear hoodie, but it's just way too hot. I fucking love hoodie. Alright, nighttime. What do we have? Let's try this one. Nice.
Can I help you?
Yeet. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck.
Do you think Ken would have a sheep Sona? You know, since he's on the land. Go draw along.
Whoa. Bang. Never test the patience of kobolds. They're not very good at not beating you. Yeah. Just don't try it. Yeah. Do you think Ken will have sheep Sona? You know, since it's on the... Oh my god. Why is Ken on the lamb? Whoa. Uh-oh, someone's taking free pictures. It's obligated to do... Sorry? Oh, hi? You took free pictures? Time to get beat up. Don't even try it. Officer, someone is taking picture of me without my consent. Officer, help. Officer, someone is taking pictures of me without consent. I'm slowly descending into becoming a Karen. What your name? What your name, huh? Give me your name. If you don't give me my name, give me your name. Yeah. It feels good, man. I love this game. The world war is fun. Like, the fight seems repetitive, but I enjoy doing this. Can you help me? Give me a spine. Give me a spine. I'm surprised it would just beat everyone. Yeah, it's fun. Except Juri and Ken. Yeah, I'll beat them up afterwards. Officer! Give me a spine. Woohoo! Officer, I require spine. Officer, I require spine. Sure! Sure! I require spine, officer. Nice! You're the spine holder. Give me a spine. Oh, this is a beauty salon. Give me a spine first, then we can talk about this. Give me a spine! 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 Oh, cool. Officer, I require spine. For what reason? Cannot tell. Ugh. Give me a robot spine. Give me a robot spine. They look shiny though. I could take them. What? Whoa, you're not afraid of me? Okay. Seeing the tiny ledge, I wonder how they handle height difference. I don't know. Roomba. Whee!
Hey,
Alrighty, trigger pressure time. When your opponent bloody flashes white, try and land an attack on them. They'll trigger what's called pressure time. You'll be at advantage and deal more damage. Different opponents will flash white at different times. It might be after they attack, or maybe after you block them. All there is for it is to watch them like a hawk and figure out the best opportunity to trigger pressure time.
hey.
How about it? Really good shot? Yeah. Especially with characters who can change between having shoes and not having shoes. They're just trying to clean the streets while you kick them. Because I'm cleaning up the streets. Oh. Dude, why is it so goddamn laggy? Shoryuken!
That's the way. Great job out there.
Sweet! Give me something good. Cleaning up the streets from the street cleaner seems very strange. Oh, don't worry about it. It's just how... This is how Metro City works, I believe. Because they kick first with their whole body. With their whole body. Hi.
Hey,
How goes it, trainee? Got business with Luke? He should still be inside. Luke seems rough and tumble at a glance, but when it comes to work, he's a total Boy Scout. Tell him to make sure to and squeeze in some rest from time to time. Thanks, Felix. It's kind of weird to say the name Felix because one of my friends is called Felix. Kick! Punch! Combo! Stop! Now that's a kick you can get behind with the whole body. Shoryuken! Oh, were you scared? Were you scared? Give a spine! I'm more like a villain now. I'm like Tylra, the kobold villain who wants spine. You better give her your spine, or she'll come get you. Personally. Okay. Any other quest? Eh? There it is. Look at that. I'm just doing side quests now. I enjoy doing this a lot. Alice. Car! Car!
Have this custard as an offering. That is made of heart bone, which was probably in part taken from a spine, right?
Can't tell, but I'll take it. I knew a foreign exchange student from Germany named Felix once. We had a secret Santa in our music program. Someone got him a plunger.
Howdy.
Oh my god. Oh, wait, guys. I'm gonna open up the lights real quick. It's getting dark. Give me a few seconds. Moisturize and stretch. I would do it. I would do it. I think. That's a spam. I'm gonna do the A one. Where's my mouse? Oh shit.
Ah,
No, it's A space A space A. Oh no, no wait, no. I know what you're gonna do. I'm gonna do. I suddenly had a feeling. Oh, there it is. I don't know why it does that. It's so funny. Alright, let me do a longer one. Why? No, it says out of stock. Come on, me. Fix this problem, me. What did it say out of stock? Oh, you cannot just do two at the same time, I guess. I thought you could. Why? Why is this a thing? The trick is knowing when to block standing and when to block crouching. Oh no. Yo. Ooh. I can't. Oh god. What did Alice say? What text to switch is this? This is this is Sound Alert's one. You know, the Sound Alert website. I think it's the default one. I don't have Brian. This one is free. Most Brian TTS needs money. It's like music. Beautiful. Agreed. Hard agree. Oh god. I'm so good. It's actually a harmony.
Right on. There we go.
Thanks, Elias. Junfan? Junfan? Let's go. I win, EG. Help. Help. Oh my god, it's actually singing. They're actually singing. I'm scared. Okay, which one? How about this one? Oh, that was reach rank 11 or greater Chuli style? Nah. The first ever TTS choir. Not here? There's one blue dot here. Car! Oh my god, I run almost as fast as a car. Almost as fast as a car. Insane, I'm so fast. Drone! Drone! The joys of being a mature though. Instead of a TTS choir. Hey, it's me, Fred! God, I remember, like... I remember back then, YouTube was all about Fred. And then whenever I hear Fred, it's like, oh my god, I hate it so much. Why Fred? You know? Not Fred. I don't know why. Like, Fred is not a bad person, I believe. Like, I'm sure they're not, but... God, if I hear Fred another time, I'll punch someone. Give me a spoil! Hey man. Give me your head. Give me your head. Give me your head. Why not Fred? It's probably a deep question somewhere. I don't know about that. Hey Rian. First probably find just annoying internet. Yeah, annoying internet personality is the word I'm trying to find. Thank you. Hey, isn't it kind of scary walking around at night? I guess it is kind of a thrill though, right? Well, let's take that thrill and crank, listen up to 11. Just let me know when you're ready. Hey, your task. Win without taking damage. Introductory course this time around. Your job is to beat me without taking any damage yourself. To do that, you need to block and jump to defend against my attacks. You can't just block your way to victory though. Look for an opening, then strike. Wow, no damage. That's probably a little bit hard. I mean, I have terrible spacing skills, so... Woo! Bitch. My PC cannot reload that fast. Oops. Medium, Gladius, easy stuff, let's go. Perfect, you completed that task with flying colors. Punch! Wait, is the drone scared? We have a scared drone, oh my god. That is weirdly cute. Give me a swine. Yeah, then let me retry. It's not just one-off thing. Different times too, I think. Fred, Annoying Orange, and others I'm forgetting. Kind of all around the same time, similar styles of comedy. Yeah, it's just constant talking without break.
Give me a break. You've got the wrong person. So
Ouch! 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 Sure you can. Can I get a scared drone here? Oh, they're shaking. Oh, they're shaking their boots. Mirror Mirror's Annoying Orange being advertised on TV for some reason. God. Shoot! Give me a spine. Give me a spine. Kobo requires spine. Give it to me. I want spine! Robots might be afraid of you. No, but don't get them on the rant. They'll just throw. Oh my god, legs. Oh my god. Oh my god, look at that beautiful painting. I just want to take a picture of this beautiful painting. Like, hell yeah. Selfie mode. No neck. Selfie. No neck. Selfie. 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 No neck. Maximum film grain. Oh shit. Expression. Where's the kid? There it is. Kiss. Effect ink. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. This is what I'm talking about. This is absolutely perfect. Actually come from a horror movie. Actually scary.
Thumbs up.
Thumbs up. Oh my god. Actually scary. Oh my god. That's a good picture. Your bitrate begs the difference. Yeah, goodbye bitrate of the film grain. I didn't want to watch The Ring. Oh my god. Okay, we have another blue dot on top. I'm just gonna go there and see. What you want? What you want, huh? Don't even. Yeet. You block him? You block him? Yeet. You block him? Bang. There is the high block, we found it. The rarity of high block. Oh, everyone here is very strong. Woohoo! Short you. Oh my god. Ow, fuck my spine. Who the fuck is putting this thing out here on the streets? Money. Oh, oh, rocket, spine. Ow, fuck. My man, this is hazardous. Bang. Oh. Sudden craving for cheesecake. I have sudden craving for sushi. Well, at this point I wouldn't say it's sudden. I have a constant craving for sushi. How about that? I think that makes more sense, right? I feel like this place is not safe. Like, these guys are so strong. Yeah. Yeah. Bonk. Hey man. Bong. 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 We have the slow-mo bonk. My game is running at like 40 FPS. All good. Who wants to fight? Who just shouted, is that all you got? Did it just... Oh, is it getting blocked off again? They're discriminating against people with no necks!
Hello.
What is a bomb threat at the stadium means this road needs to be closed? That's actually a very good question, now that you mention it. Shut the fuck up, let me pass! Fine. Sushi's pretty much an anytime food. I know, right? That's so good. I love sushi. I can never get enough of it. Hey, can I have your spine, please? I'm not asking. Like, I just want a spine, that's it. Spine! 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 I am thoroughly enjoying this mode right now. It's so good. hope this is the one that I can access. Car. Car. There it is. Looks right.
Hiya.
Hey there, your task. Wait without taking. Oh my god. You're cheating without taking damage. It's insane. Let's go combo. We got those.
That was really something.
Perfect. With flying colors. Sorry about my chair. My chair is getting noisier by the day it goes on. It's kind of weird. But hey, the chair still works. Okay, no more blue dots. I think I'm ready to just change it up to Morning. DPO chair's punishment for making No, I need my chair to stay intact. That was overkill by great skill. Oh, no, that was not overkill. In the streets we fight, it would never be an overkill. I don't know why, but give me your spine. Give me your spine. I require spine. Spine. He's intrigued by sushi, but only the non-fish parts. Is it frowned upon to eat only fish, the sushi? No, definitely not. Like, my family doesn't eat sushi, or doesn't eat the fish a lot. There's a lot of other things that you can eat. Not only just the fish. So, no, it's definitely not frowned upon. Yep. 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 Ichi.
Yep.
Oh, yep. Oh. We yippin'? Yip. We yippin'? We're doing the yip. We're doing the little yippin' yip. We're doing the little yippin' yip. Yip. Get yipped. I want to do aggressive yip. Yip. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, I'm gonna record that. It's just a combo goes. Yip. That's good. No, that's actually perfect. Officer! Officer! Give me your spine! Officer, I require spine! Officer! Bang! Bang! Why am I so aggressive? It is when I play games I become very aggressive. I become a very dangerous kobold. Where's the...
Yippee!
Oh no! Oh no! Where's the place to sleep again? Oh, there it is. The true yipper, the true yippers.
Yippee!
Oh no!
Yippee!
Why are we singing? Why are we singing? There's only one kobold. I haven't found a kobold friend.
EP.
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 This is the end. This is EP.
Yippee! Yippee! Yippee!
Guys, why are we singing?
Yippee!
Yippee! Yippee! Ritz? Hi. Why are you standing like that? Hmm? What do you need for an old monk like myself? A fledgling martial artist, are you? I recognize that look in your eyes. I crossed fists with a man who had that exact same look many years ago. Haha, I guess it's neither here nor there. It's a fight you won, ain't it? Starting a fight in this time is practically like saying hellos, or so I've heard. Engage! Let's go, Retsu. Bang! What the fuck? Block low. Block low. Block low. Thank you. Welcome to the Church of Yip, where we pay homage to our Kobold and Dragon saviors. Can I introduce you to him? Yes, please. I'm ready. My body is ready. Give it to me. Damn. That block stun is insane.
Yippee!
Yeah, there it is. Perfect.
Yippee!
It's absolutely perfect.
Yippee!
Huh.
EP. A moment of appreciation for this wonderful working spam filter. Yip yip hooray. Yee.
Wow, shit. You know what? Marissa? Marissa! Get him, Marissa! Thanks, Marissa. Oh, you doesn't work?
R-R-R-R-R-R-R-A-I.
Sorry, I believe I missed some chat there. Give me a second. You still rough around the edges, but you clearly got what it takes. Reminds me a little of him, actually. Marissa just sucker punched them. God damn. Yeah, Marissa's strong. I was going to intro myself. Name's Retsu. Just your run-of-the-mill martial artist. Had a bit of a bad streak when way back when. And popped my name in the old search engine if you're under nitty-gritty. Well, time for me to be on my way. We'll probably meet again, I wager. Don't forget, there are folks like you all over the world, and you're bound to run into more than a few of them. Okay, Retsu, I'm scared. Herbal cure? Damn. Gold chain necklace? Drip? Drip? Oh, Hibley would like to play tribute to the Church of Yip. What do Kobold accept? Shiny. Shiny. We accept all forms of shinies and spines. You know what? That's true. Yeah. All shinies and spines are accepted. Preferably the first one, but spines works as well. Oh yeah, drip. I want the gold chain. I can't see the chain. Oh, look at that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8 shinies? Oh my god. What a bargain. What a bargain. Walao, it's so good. Oh yo. Okay, there's a lot of blue dots around there. We shall thank Hibley for the contribution of 8 shinies. Anyone ready for the church's anthem? For the church's anthem. Yippee! For the kobolds, all rise.
Yippee!
All rise for Let us sing together in harmony. Yeah. Yippee. Yippee. We are truly one. It sounds like a cult. Yippee. I am absolutely loving this. We shall sing our national anthem, or the church's anthem, while I get more spine. It's all for our dragon. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a cult. It's just a group of kobolds. What do you call a group of kobolds?
Yippee!
Oh, we found imposter?
ICP.
ICP? We found imposter. That is not one of our Church of Yips kobold. Oh, what the fuck? Can you not? What? This is Street Fighter, not Sonic, jeez. Oh, I think this is the one that's getting blocked off. Yeah, this is the one that's getting blocked off. So, the top one, no. This one here. That's above. Is it here? According to Google, a group of kobolds is called Warren. Warren sounds very cool, to be honest. A warren of kobolds. Sure you can. Sure you can. Oh, it's way up there. Nice. It's Chuli. Also, a group of unicorns is called a blessing, and a group of crows is called a murder. I heard the group of crows is called a murder, but a group of unicorns is called blessing? That's new. Are you not though? I'm interested in your spine! Spine! I love how my game runs like dog shit in this place. It's only normal. Spinning bird kick. Alright, where's the ladder? I forgot where it is. How do I even get up there? I know there's a ladder somewhere. Okay, how do I get up there? Oh my god. Do I just Shoryuken up? Found it. Folks choose interesting ways of giving names to a group of things. Sure is interesting. I mean, a murder of crows? Xingjiao? Yo, what's up? Return the bus stop sign. Oh, what? Why don't we steal something like that? One thing's for sure, it wasn't us. Oh, speaking of which, word on the street lately, a group of 5 kids has been up to no good. If they're being a menace to society, you ought to go teach them a lesson. Why me? Why me? Why me? Why me? Nice dance moves. Give me your spine. I'm just being a menace now. But yeah. Oh yeah? Tylra teaching time by snapping spine off. That's how it works in the Church of Yips. According to AI, a group can of Ken. It's called a Shoryuken squad. God damn it, fucking AI, dude. I cannot believe it, AI. AI, say that. I'm gonna cry. Let's go slow-mo fight. This is the best game of all time. Like, no joke, no joke. The power of I'll get you. Let me check this map, right? Equivalent exchange. Which way is blocked? I think this way is blocked. So this place is ungoable currently. Ungoable. Let's go here. Pin color? Oh, I can place pin. That seems easier, alright. I'm very impressionable. Shoryuken squad. And Guils will be called Sonic Boom Battalion. Sonic Boom Battalion. Very original. Who needs bus stop when you have legs like these? Dude, I run as fast, almost as fast as a car. It's insane. I love this game, man. Jeez. Rebecca, hi.
Huh?
Who the heck are you? Return the bus stop sign, please. Ungoable with your fist? I have my...
Yeah.
Ah, crud. Guess the cat's out of the bag. Yeah, okay, got it. Sorry for stealing the sign. We're real sorry, honest. If you want the sign back, it's yours. I don't trust you. I want to punch you. Okay. We apologized and gave the sign back. What's with that look on your face? You're not going to come swinging at someone who's not even going to try and fight back, are you? Oh, you're wrong. I'm a kobold. Hope you get that sign back to its owner soon later. No, I want to beat the shit out of that woman. I need to find that woman. I will beat the shit out of them. She's gone. She's just gone. God damn it. Booked it. They saw the thick thighs running at the speed of 100 miles per hour towards her. She peed her pants and just ran away. If you see someone running at you with this speed, with the thick thighs, run, dude. You are not safe. You are not safe. Run. And pray that she doesn't catch up with you. Ulysses.
Huh?
You found the sign? Heck yeah, great work. Some punk kids were behind it. You kidding me? That's what I quacking in my boots about?
Huh.
Whatever. I'll get the bus stop set up in the double. Thanks again. But how run fast enough? You don't. You can only pray that she doesn't catch up. Honestly, yeah, don't blame her. True. Too scary. It's like a horror game. I am doing quests left and right. I am enjoying this game so much. I mean, don't check here. Check not the world map. God damn it. Go back. Whoa. Now there's this one. I should remove the pin.
I've got no beef with you. What's your deal?
I have to go the long way around.
What do you want?
What do you want? Oh wait, they're up there. I have to climb up a stair of some sort. It is spine. Spine. Your spine is mine. Give me your spine. I'm gonna throw a drop kick. Cool beans. Give me your spine. I am now collecting spines. You're welcome. All I need, all I require, is a spine.
What do you want?
Oh yeah, spine. Spine. Don't you love it when they give me a reason to just punch them? Damn. They just gave me reason to take spine from them. My grade 6 class had a globe in it once, but everyone just kept spinning it. Talk about world map. Gee. Didn't respect privacy of a sphere.
What do you want?
What do I want? Spine. Engage! Spine! There should be a ladder around here somewhere. Oh fuck, my spine! Oh fuck! You dare get my spine? Bang! Bang! I'm getting sandwiched! Bang! You have a roll? What the hell? Bang! Nah, that did too much damage to me. Well, forget that. That didn't do any damage to me. Yeah, the spine. I require spine. I require spine. All for the good cause. I speak like I'm in a cult. Ninja spine? Ninja spine? Ninja spine? Oh hey, it's you. Free at the moment? Don't suppose you out for another request, would you? Oh, it's nothing worth getting worked up over. I just want you to gather a few things and bring them back here. Simple, right? You can find them all around here. Might require a little skill though. I'm in no rush, so feel free to do it at your leisure. Ah, that's right. You want to talk to the city folks just like you're doing now. Plenty of people out here who are down on their luck, with odd jobs they're looking to have fulfilled. Whether you accept or decline, well, that's up to you. But if something worth experiencing, be a character. Equivalent exchange, huh? Acquire cards, pipes, rings. Cards, pipes, rings? How am I supposed to get that? I have one card somehow. Do I just speed up everyone? I could get a tank top from you? Alright, I'm gonna engage. 3 aerial attacks.
And now for the Song of Spine. Spine, 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 spine. Give me your spine. Give me your spine. Spine, 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 spine. Let me help you stretch your back.
Damn! Spine, 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 spine. Give me your spine. Give me your spine. Spine, 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 spine. Let me help you stretch your back. Hello, bring here to regularly break your audio. It's not breaking, it's top tier audio. Hi, Breen. How you doing, Breen? Breen. The sweet Breen. Sweet Breen. Oh.
In the depths of our bodies, a structure stands tall, a pillar of strength, keeping us from the fall, a marvel of design, both delicate and strong, a backbone of support, where our spirits belong. Rat.
Rat. Rat. Got him.
Tylra.
Wow, there's so many quests here.
A-N-D. Sam.
Oh no. And San. Brazil, Jamaica. Ooh, I kinda like DJ. You know, I don't think I'm done finished exploring this place. There's probably more.
In SANNDDD.
I don't know how they have to brutalize the textures for this. Because my PC cannot handle. I have everything... Yeah, it's an option. I have everything set to the lowest of low possible. And... just to make the game work. And I think it works fine. The game looks absolutely beautiful. They look heckin' great. Let's do some Hadouken. Hell yeah! Hell yeah! Let's love hell yes! Time to work that dough! Hadou pizza! Hadou pizza! I am hungry. Oh my god. Viva Hado Pizza! Me actually bought some just earlier. Does anyone want some of the freshest what? Sorry, I missed it. The freshest. The freshest? I'm hungry though. Salad? Oh! Cut my own lettuce from the balcony. Oh yeah, you did tell me about the overgrown lettuces that you've grown. Fresher than mine. Fresher than mine, definitely. Truck. Truck. I'm actually getting a little bit hungry and dizzy. Whoa, look at you. Oh jeez, where'd the press run off to? And what's going on with all the mad gear guys wandering around? Hell's bells, I'm telling you. Hell yeah. Brain. Hey you. Hey you. You wanna try me, Gav? Help me out for a sec, would you? I got heaps of scrap that needs dismantling. Just bust them until they turn to pieces, then I'll handle the cleanup. The incredibly annoying cleanup. Ready to do this? Yeah. Knock 'em dead, champ. Destroy the truck within time limit. Attack will cause parts to break. Destroy all parts. Yep. Yo! Yo, let's go, gaming!
Yep.
Yep. Yep, yep. It's the best game ever. I win! Damn, this game runs so good! Can I have this game run like this kind of pixelated graphics forever? Why is it? I don't know. Try again? Oh, free money? Fuck yeah, dude. Punch! Punch! Only punch! Only punch! Look! Punch! 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 I win. 9 seconds. Oh, that's so much money though? Nah, I'm good. I get 6,000 free. Also, give me a spine. Spine! Uh-oh. Enemies aren't the only danger. In combat gimmicks? Oh shit. That's a signal that something other than your opponent is about to attack. A bull may run across the stage, barrels may fall from overhead, electricity charged columns may appear. Expect the worst and be mindful of all possibilities. Oh my god, game, what the fuck? So this is what they do with the left of the trucks from, from trucking sims. Something is below me. Whoa. Wow. That they did so much damage. Let me witness this nonsense from Extreme Battles. I never play Extreme Battles. What? Drive parry 8 times? I can't even drive parry, what do you mean? I want to drive parry for the longest time, but I cannot. Or drive impact even. Excuse me, game? Greatly increased defense. I like this. Greatly increased max vitality. This one is also really good. Let's get this and also defense. I'm gonna be so strong. Tried yesterday was an unbalanced mess, especially with rules like no jumping or no special moves. What the heck do you do when you get no jumping against a shoulder? Oh my god, dead. No, my no neck Tylra is getting tired. Probably gonna find some pizza, I guess. I'm also getting dizzy a little bit. Like, I think I might have to take a break. I put my lunch in general. You mean the salad? I'm gonna look at the salad. Hello, salad. Can I look at the salad? Oh my god, that looks so good! I'm hungry now. Dude, that looks so beautiful though. Oh my god. I mean, look at this. This is as fresh as it gets. This is actually as fresh as it gets. Crazy. Damn. That looks good, by the way. Oh, my stomach's growling. my stomach's growling. Oh, Kobo having tummy problems. I want food. I want consummate. You know what? Oh, the fuck with spine. Okay.
Giving up already?
I'll play it lame for now. I'll play safe because I have no health. Is to eat the plant the partner that's too fresh. That's too fresh. Yeah, I think I have to stop here. I want to get dinner. I want food. Also, I believe I haven't mentioned this, but I really appreciate all of you hanging out with me today.
Oh, by the way, would it be okay if me show you a short technique in training mode sometime, when convenient?
You mean like right now? You guys made me happy today. I feel a lot less shocked. Give me a hit. Oh. When you have time? That's a funny thing. I don't I don't know when I have time. Oh god, I sound like a dick. Oh god. Sorry. I sound like an absolute dick. Oh my god. Also the ketchup, mushroom based ketchup? Mushroom based ketchup? Ooh. I will hit you up when I'm curious about the thing. You know, the little technique. I'll hit you up. Let me just get the spine real quick. Hey, can you not? Yeah, there it is. Don't hide your spine. Thank you. Saw this baby milk snake today. Ooh, snake? Alright, I'll stop here for now. Now, I want to look at the baby milk snake. I want to look at the baby milk snake. I want to look at the... What? Oh, server maintenance, is it? Is the server still going on with the maintenance? That's crazy. That's a long maintenance. Uh-oh. Did I mess up? I did choose to close the game, did I? My stomach is literally growling. Wow, I am mega hungry today. Guys, help. Yeah, game froze. It's okay. We have task manager. I want a cute sneak. I want to look at the cute sneak.
Helps.
Thanks. Oh my god, it's so small. Oh my god, it's so small. Wait, it's baby breed. Oh my god, look at that. Oh, is your color is your Naga's color based of a milk snake? Snook. Oh my god. Actually fucking adorable. I can't believe it. I love. Oh my god. baby milk snake though. Yeah. Oh. I mean, if this is milk snake, then bring this milk naga. That sounds a little that sounds a little wrong, but they're so tiny and doofy. They are. They are. I don't think there's a thought going on inside, and I love it. 100%. We, milk naga. Milky naga. Alright. I'm gonna open up music. Why am I gone? Why am I gone? There. Guys, I already know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. I already know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. Do you know what I'm gonna do tomorrow? Do you know? I sure do, because tomorrow I'm gonna do some Tears of the Kingdom. I miss my crab dragon, but I'm pretty sure the crab dragon is gone. I can always make something easier. It sucks though, to be honest, right? Because my hard-built machinery is just gone like that. It's a little painful, to be honest. Milky Naga sounds dairy dangerous. Sounds buttery dangerous. Buttery though. Hey yo. Hey yo. Why is that? Why is that spam? Is it because of the PPPP? 4P together is like spam? God, I love that emote now. From the spam filter not sleeping. Spam filter is weird. TTS doesn't like PP. TTS doesn't like PP. Oh my god. I cannot believe it. TTS doesn't like PP. Oh. Anger. Angry.
Let's see if it's really just the page. Thank yous for streaming. Yeah.
Actually the P. It's actually the P.
Godro Pat.
PP. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you, Brecky. I hope you have a nice rest of the day as well. Thank you all so much for making me feel better today. My god.
Let's see if it's real bud, just a bud.
Just
thank you for bud me. But I no.
Why is it no?
Godro Pat.
Nida. Oh, Kuma. Hi. Hi, Kuma. I recognize the name. I've been there. I've been to your stream multiple times. I love your voice, by the way. Very adorable. And I love it when, I don't know, something about Japanese streamer when they speak Japanese very fluently just makes me feel very happy. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate. Very emotional right now because I got crazy cold to work that took me months to get to work. My god. That does sound tough though. Although, big congrats to, yeah. I was lurking. Thanks for stream. Oh, thanks for the lurk, Nita. Appreciate. Big appreciate. Adore the bear too. It's hard to make a nerd like me emotional, but if code you spend a long time on starts working, yeah, that's huge. That is big. My therapist put the consult for HRT for me, so that's something I'm anxious about. Isn't HRT something like the someone told me about it? The hormone something, right? I mean, I just recently came out as trans, but I don't know if I want to go through HRT for now. But it does fancy me a lot currently. It does. Hormone replacement therapy. There it is. Thank you. Thank you, Lex. I'm still looking at who to rate, to be honest. Huh? He is streaming now? It's kinda rare. Oh, oops. Oh, 5 years. Oh my god. Best wishes for them knowing what they're doing, which they very likely will. HRT seems like a big procedure. Also a big commitment. I want to do it, but maybe not while I'm in Malaysia. Might be too scary. Malaysia is scary, man. Malaysia is kind of scary. In terms of like these kind of things. By these kind of things, LGBTQ things. Yeah, they are way scarier. When they're trying to handle things like this, it's very scary. We rating premium? I mean, I can rate premium. He's playing Amnesia the Bunker. Oh, is that the new Amnesia that just came out? A lot of people are playing Amnesia the Bunkers right now. Oh, it is a new Amnesia. Oh my god. I haven't even played any Amnesia because I'm too scared to play any horror games. But I did put like some sort of incentive for like the future 1000 follower stream. I've been planning. Still not much currently, but I've been planning. Like I'm in this little conundrum between like I want to do so many things, but I don't know if I can do it or not. Like these kind of conundrums currently. So I've been thinking hard, been playing hard. Like I have ideas, but I don't know if I can execute it well. It's the problem. Amnesia Rebirth is only 10? 10 ringgit? Oh my god. 85% off? Jesus, that's a lot. Offer ends 13 June. Oh, that's almost. Huh. Buy Amnesia Recollection Bundle. 20 ringgit. I'll think about it. I don't know. I don't even know if I will play this if I buy it. I'm too much of a pussy to play horror games these days. But someday I'll play it. I will. I definitely will. Oh my god, Amnesia looks too scary. I'm watching Premium playing it right now, but my god, I don't know if I can handle it. Thing is, you have a good base, which will be happy with no matter what. For anything you plan, the base being you. Wow. I just really don't want to disappoint since 1,000 is a lot. Like, never have I ever thought about me being in such a place. You know, it's crazy to think about it. Like, I'm just... At first, you know, at first I'm just like a nobody. And then... I'm just on the internet doing Tekken at first. You know? And then suddenly I'm here. It's like, I'm happy, of course. I'm very happy. Also very unexpected as well. Yee. Yeah, the yee. If it helps, I can be disappointed ahead of time. Breen, you know what? Maybe it does. Although there are some incentive, incentive going on. One being that I want to, as much as I hate it, right? As much as I hate it, but I'll make it into an incentive. At some point into the stream, I still haven't think of any goals or something, but I will show my first ever dancing video in suit. On the convention, by the way, on a dancing panel, I did one dance. It's so terrible, but people liked it. I mean, I personally feel it's kind of bad. But hey, dancing and all. That's one way to put it, yeah. Can you grow? You can... Minecraft? Oh, I was making a treehouse. It's actually making me want to play Minecraft again. But then again, I feel like if I play Minecraft again... I feel like I might lose interest really quickly. So I don't know. Don't take my word for it. I want to get the red mod and try Minecraft. It's very in-depth. Red mod? Red mod? Like, you play as a rat? Although, maybe if I get into... If I... I need to learn how to make Minecraft skins. Maybe. Then maybe. I want to make my own skin. It doesn't seem too hard, but then again, it's making skin. It's never easy. Minecraft is kind of what we want it to be, including or excluding mods. Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like having too much freedom scares me a little sometimes, which sounds very fucking weird, but it does. In game, especially. In game, when I have too much freedom on what to do, having no direction in the game does scare me a little. Just a little. I mean, it makes me feel weird as well. It's like, you know, You can use them essentially as drones or guards or harvesters. And rats can do that, yo! Tylra skin? Oh? Yeah, probably. Tylra or even Styxia. Maybe. Like the snake, you know. Gonna give snake some love as well. Me, I stand with choices that will last a while, like in XCOM games. XCOM? I only play Chimera Squad. Because there's snake in there. Too much freedom, so many ways to screw days of work up. Oh. I had no idea. I mean, at least in Chimera Squad, I don't think there's a lot of freedom. It's more about like... Nah, I don't think there's too much freedom in Chimera Squad, but I don't know... Maybe Chimera Squad and the base XCOM game is different. So, I don't know. Never played XCOM myself, I only played the Chimera Squad. Spin-off? Ah, okay. I'm gonna rate premium. Target spotted. Kobo is ready to pounce. I'm gonna get in. We'll raid in. But seriously though, right? Very seriously though, I cannot emphasize enough how you guys helped me How you guys helped me for yesterday and today. Like, really. I feel a lot better today. So, thanks again. Thanks for stream. Thanks for being here. Kobo is ready to pounce. Punts? I'm gonna punt. Gonna pounce on the giraffe. We're gonna pounce on the giraffe? Oh my god. Oh yeah. I haven't done this in a while, but let's do it. Bernie! I'm not even gonna look at you, Bernie, because I can't. Actually, I can. Give me a second. Where is it? Oh, it's not this one. Okay. Transform. Flip. Horizontal. There. Now I can look at Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Look at that. Although I feel like I might want to ask for some financial help soon. Not only did I spend too much money on like vacations and stuff, planning for firm and stuff. Yeah, I think I spent a little bit too much. So my medical thing might be a little trouble. I mean, I went to the hospital this morning because it's like the monthly schedule trying to get medicine day. I went there, but somehow they say the Novo Rapid is out of stock. So like, they tell me to buy the medicines elsewhere first and come back next month, they say. So I still have the medicine now, but I might have to ask for help in the future. In the very near future. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But any donation to coffee helps. Definitely, always, forever, you know. But yeah, for now I'm okay. Maybe she may have money to give. Yeah, I'm just saying though, it's okay. If you don't have money, being here is always enough. I cannot emphasize this enough. Being here alone is more than enough. And the thought of, I mean, I'm just like sort of in a tight spot. But I'm okay. Essentially. Definitely. When push comes to shove, only I'll do it. But now I'm okay. Oh, looking at Flint. Flint is now like she her, right? Flint goes by she her, and Flint actually correct. Okay, glad I'm not wrong. And Flint is actually Remy now, if I remember correctly. Like she did put it in her About Me section. Oh no, on the below panel, I think. Like her name is now Remy? I just kinda want to get this, like, I should just ask her instead. Oh, that's a beautiful emote, my god. Yeah, that's wonderful. Alright, good to know, good to know. Okay, I'm ready to raid as well because I'm getting hungry. I want food. I want consumage. I want the consumage. Let me just type it the raid to premium real quick. Get food. It was always Remy, but she's trying that as a name for her. Might change. We'll see. It's sort of like my situation, I guess. I mean, I have not always known for Tylra. Tylra is only for the kobold, and I vibe with my kobold that much. But at the same time, I don't want to just abandon Roxanne, you know, since I have 4 characters. four characters, insane. No, I have a cryptid, I have a dragon, I have a snake, and a kobold. So yeah, I don't know if I want to officially change to the name Tylra, Like, I just kind of want to have all of them together. So I've been thinking about, yeah, like Pinky told me about the exclamation mark OC thing, which I haven't done, and also the About Me section having to introduce all my characters there. Something like that. Me remembers when Remy was kind of like a sort of semi-open secret. Oh. That opened up over time? Yeah. It's something like getting ready as well. Like slowly getting ready to reveal the thing. It's quite huge too. And I can kind of get that feeling as well. Name change can be scary, both the doing and not doing it. Yeah. It's almost like changing identity and abandoning the previous identity. The thought of abandoning the previous identity kind of scares me a little bit. Like, embracing the new identity is kind of great, but abandoning is the hard part, you know? So yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. Coming is tricky and seemingly always ongoing. First time always scary. First times is always scary. Always. It's not an oopsie anymore to say the name of first in public. Add command OC text here. I'll do it. I will do it. Very soon. Very, very soon. I think I'm just gonna like just the text. No pictures yet. The pictures, I guess I'll link them on the About Me panel, I guess. Although I do have to mention that I go mostly by the Kobold now. Not a mod can't make garbage comments. No, don't say it. Not when Roxas is here. Oh no. Roxas made some comments. I wouldn't say garbage per se. We have a body. Oh god. PSO not sucks. Like that one. Which garbage? I'm not saying anything. I don't know. I believe we were like changing the exclamation mark PSO back then. It's like PSO sucks. PSO not sucks. I like PSO. Come on. Garbage. And whatever you want. PSO not suck. Fun how to add. Okay, good. Good. Okay, I'm gonna go get dinner. My stomach is growling. Again, I type in the rate. For another streamer, we made a bot spot only command. Oh, how do you... Only for bot spot? So like only when bot spot types it works? That's kinda cool. Should we add command OC text here? I mean, Roxas could try it. Or I could try it. Dog fact, something went wrong. No! Dog fact though. Dude, oh my god. That actually works. It was ooh when you replace the hug with ooh. Oh my god. Okay, Roxas, you little shit. Because bots was configured to be bot. Oh. Why is Seribot? Why? Okay, for real. Dinner. Okay, dinner. I'm gonna go with the outro now. Oh my god, please. Okay, so before the raid, I'm gonna say you could make bots mod Yipbot. Hey yo, I kinda want to do that. Maybe next time though. my brain, guys. Let's find some options. So I have to go to Botspot channel and configure it. Is that it? I'll leave it next time. I'm getting hungry. Okay, before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. Right, love you all so much. Know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. The channel is a help section. Ah, okay.
Emotional damage.
Thank you guys again. You guys made me really happy today. Love y'all. We have choice between Chinese good girl and oh my god. Chinese. He comes straight to premium. I don't know which to use. I'm gonna go for the basic one. Look at that. It's here. I mean, premium some shiny, right? And shiny is always good. Shiny is always good. Like, oh my god. I'm 3,000 shiny. Yeah, oh my god, I'm gonna cry. I'm crying. I'm gonna use the normal one. You know what? You guys can go for the good girl. It's okay. Pounce all your shine. That's gonna. You know what? Kobolds are ready to pounce. Are ready to pounce on all your shiny. You know what? That's good. I'm copying this one. Good girl. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Alright, thank you guys. Appreciate all of you. See you guys tomorrow. Bye 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 bye. Tears of the Kingdom. You guys might not be able to hear this, it's okay.